podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm hustling.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Please.
Canelo, are you ready? I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy.
He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones! You know my level. And you will see. Because I'm gonna fuck out everybody.
You know, I mean, I would love to fight Canelo. I would love to show the world that I'm the best.
I want to get Canelo out here to Houston.
Oh, Canelo, where your cojones at? Let's get it.
Payday. You want payday. I know that. Then you fight with nobody.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listos, pelos, chingazos.
He smacked the shit out of Canelo in
Get
person.
the fuck out of here, man. Please. I'm gonna knock out this guy. Mira, en este momento puedo hacer lo que yo quiera, ¿no?
Saul Canelo Alvarez.
SDS Promotions.
That's funny? You think that's funny?
What up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs, and I might be joined alongside King Amin in just a bit. I'm going to be connecting with him here shortly. Discord available to rock and roll, Twitter Spaces, and our landline will open up in just a few minutes. We're here for the morning afterthoughts. It was Saturday night yesterday, and we got a good, decent card of boxing, courtesy of Golden Boy Promotions, Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, and DAZN. Your main event was Jaime Munguia, where, let's be real, he did better than Canelo versus John Ryder, gets the stoppage in 9, where Canelo went 12, puts on a show, certainly makes a statement, and looks way better under the tutelage of Freddie Roach. And I know it's one performance, and I know that Canelo did whatever it is that he did in your eyes to John Ryder, so John Ryder just may not be who he once was. You know, the Canelo haters will call in and be like, well, you know, Ryder, or rather, not the Canelo haters, right? It would be the Canelo defenders will call in and say Ryder was done because Canelo beat him for 12 rounds. And that's why Jaime got the stoppage. You know, but at the end of the day, he did get the stoppage. Benavidez's dad wanted Ryder to win because he was mad at Munguia that he pulled out of the negotiations. He said they were very close. And then Munguia and his team decided not to go down the Benavidez route. So he was rooting for Ryder to win, who he was just outgunned, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. Jaime throws a lot of punches, bro. Now, again, some might say that Jaime only looked good because the guy he was fighting was washed due to what Canelo had already done to him. But some might say that Jaime looked as good as he did because he got with an offensive trainer. You know, Manny Pacquiao was his best because of Freddie Roach. Because Freddie, instead of trying to make him a defensive wizard, just made him a offensive arsenal. And that's what it looked like last night. I mean, John Ryder was just overwhelmed. He could not deal with what Jaime brought to the table. He didn't look like himself. It's not like we didn't watch this guy beat Daniel Jacobs. It's not like we didn't watch him in other decent fights where, he performed a lot better. The Zach Parker fight, Jacobs fight, the Callum Smith fight. Come on, bro. Like, fucking Eddie Reynoso, tried to insinuate that the Callum Smith fight possibly was Ryder that won it way back then. So, I don't know, man. You can definitely think of you can take different angles in this. Like I said already, he looked as good as he did because Canelo, wore out John Ryder in the 12-round beatdown, or he looked as good as he did because, he's younger, he's fresher, hungrier than a super duper rich Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Canelo didn't look at John Ryder as this big, fight, whereas it's pretty clear as day that a guy like Jaime, he looked at this opportunity as the biggest fight of his career. And he, had a pretty decent sellout there. I want to say it was over 10,000 people. He's selling out everywhere that he goes. 10,836. Well done. King Amin, Essex, New Jersey, joining me. What it do, player?
Top of the morning, TBV, boxing fans, everybody out there. We're talking about this Jaime Munguia performance. And I got to say, Ness, I was one of those people. I called him protected. I called him breastfed. I alluded to him being as protected as being in 2 sports bras. But he let them titties hang last night, man, if I'm going to continue with that analogy, man. I think he had a very good performance. And as the title says, he definitely did it better than Canelo, And as some people have pointed out, he's often done better against common opponents with Charlo as well. So this is kind of building to Munguia. Are we talking about, does he deserve the Canelo shot, or are we just putting his performance in perspective? Because those are 2 different things to me.
Comparison, for me, it's more about what Jaime did that Canelo could not.
Yeah, and that's, so by that metric alone, you got to tilt it to Munguia. And I have to say this too, Ness, because other people are going to say it. Did Canelo beat those guys up first and then Munguia got to him and they were already, softened up, so to speak? People are going to allude to that. But no, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Let's just be fair. Again, somebody that has taken more than enough shots at Munguia, I'm fair enough, and I respect the game of boxing enough to know, man, he definitely has had the better performances over the common opponent. So yeah, is he the real Mexican hero now? Did we have it wrong?
Is he the real Mexican hero? Julio Cesar Chavez was there giving him last-minute advice. Eric Morales, El Terrible, even though he used to train him, put his ego to the side, was there, rooting him on, went to the locker room, shook his hand, hugged him, hugged Freddie Roach, so no malice, no hatred for losing the position. But is he the new what you called him?
Mexican hero.
Maybe. They came out for him. They're starting to show up for him. Legends are starting to show up for him the way they show up to, Canelo's fight. We'll see. I do not think he's ready for a Canelo, but who knows? He could probably, outpoint Canelo because of his high output. He obviously has power. At this age, this many rounds Canelo box, he could probably drop Canelo, go to decision. I think the bigger, better fight, because of style matchups, is definitely David Benavidez. It's like they both throw a lot of punches, and they both want to bang. I think that's the better style matchup, but obviously if I'm Jaime, I need, to dethrone Canelo because that's the bread and butter, that's the money.
I think one of the important things that this fight did is it allows us to have this conversation because we did a whole show, last week or what, and we brought him up, but only in passing, and almost only as a release valve or as an escape route. It's like, nah, man, because he could just turn around and fight Munguia. And I think with this performance, it makes the Munguia option, credible if it happens. Although again, people are not going to agree with it. But like you said, it's settling out the business of Mexico. That might take precedent over the belt with Benavidez. So I think that he did well, and kudos to Oscar, kudos to Golden Boy too, because Munguia didn't get here alone. So, we talking about that part of it. Yeah, he's in the discussion now, and there are some fights to be had perhaps before he gets to. I mean, the plant, just to continue the common opponent theme. If we wanted to go down that road, we could do that. But Plant probably has no interest in that because he doesn't get anything out of it. At least I don't think so. But
out of what? Out of Munguia?
Yeah.
No, that's
Plant
a good fight. That's a big fight for Plant. I mean, for you got to look at it from Oscar's perspective. Like, I am not a promoter. I'm a consumer. So I don't want it on pay-per-view. But if I'm Oscar, who can I put Jaime on pay-per-view with? It's got to be Plant, Benavidez, Canelo. It can't be anything else. Maybe Charlo. I ain't going to front. Maybe you could do Charlo, Jamal. But again, those are really far-fetched fights. Don't get me wrong. I know David, the strong A side, and by that I mean not that he sells a lot of pay-per-view units, but that he's a good fighter in the eyes of Al Heyman. So, yeah, they was willing to negotiate with Jaime because they feel they got the better fighter. Are they going to do that with Jaime and Plant? Do they send Plant into these negotiations potentially on an all-the-zone fight? And do you think he can win? Because that's what's going to decide whether or not Plant takes that Munguia fight. I don't care how big it is. If Al don't think he could win, he ain't crossing the street because we could see you lose on Prime. We'd rather you lose on Prime from a business perspective.
That's true. Yeah. I think, this name, I keep bringing it up. Does Diego Pacheco and Jaime Munguia garner a pay-per-view? Or is that, both fighters, well, Pacheco, is Pacheco still a little early in the game for that kind of fight?
For a Jaime?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jaime throws a lot of punches. That's a lot to deal with. I mean, look, John Ryder was completely overwhelmed, bro. Like, that was a lot to deal with. Pacheco's young as well, but he's still less experienced than Jaime. He's not a former champion, and Jaime's like fighting. Pacheco this will be his second 12th rounder. I don't know that. I doubt it that Matchroom does Jaime Pacheco. Pacheco's like ranked number 5 somewhere. If you just wait for Canelo to lose, retire, get in a tough fight, have to vacate a belt, Pacheco could become a vacant champ. And they got a champ on Matchroom. I don't know that they're going to risk him. Jaime, that's a tough fight. I don't know. What do you think Pacheco beats him?
No, but I'm curious because, again, I've claimed that Pacheco is a contender at this point,
He is. He's top 5 in some of the sanctions.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like Munguia, he's been battle tested against common opponents with the likes of these guys. Throw him in there with a young lion, and it'll give them both a chance to kind of see where they at. Pacheco either rises above Jaime Munguia, or Munguia, continues on. And I don't think either fighter with a loss at this point. Again, I'm talking more fandom than business, but I don't think either fighter loses much should they lose to each other at this point. And with Benavidez Sr., the way he thinks and the way he games plans, he could be the kind of guy that says, I see something, and since you're so afraid to fight David, won't you fight, this guy right here? So I could see that happening.
That's a good question for Jose Benavidez Sr. to see would he take a Munguia fight with Pacheco. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Ryder, he's a little more flat-footed. Pacheco again is more youthful. Pacheco's what, 12 years younger, 13 years younger than Ryder, something like that. Ain't Pacheco only 22? He's bigger than Ryder. So, you don't want to get caught up in just in everything that happened last night. But he looked better than me. He did. Can that be because of the opposition? Maybe, maybe not, because I thought John Ryder was a good fighter, and I still think he's a good fighter. Is he done? I don't know. Should he retire? I don't know. But, this back half of his career, he picked up some good wins and been in some good fights. But, he just wasn't competitive in the Jaime fight.
Yeah, and that to me was the difference when you talk about the comparison. As the show was alluding to, he looked less competitive against Jaime than he did against Canelo. There were moments where I saw, in the Canelo fight, when he did, what he could do, which was come forward with the jab a little bit, try to, paint the fence, those little slight things was working for him. And it just don't seem like much of nothing was working for him. To me, it looked like a totally new Munguia. And I think this is the evolution of Munguia since the Dedevychenko fight. I think he went.
You don't think it was Freddie? Because he had Freddie for this fight. He got rid of Eric.
Man, can I be real? Like, no. Freddie, I don't know what Freddie is teaching at. Freddie's like Dr. Dre. You don't know how much of what Freddie is actually doing versus Freddie got somebody that go over there and hold the mitts and shit. Or Freddie hold them and be like, hey, this is what I want you to do. And I mean, that's good sauce, pause, but that's not, to me, I don't know if that's going to make the difference.
Why are you brushing him off? Because you don't think physically he's capable of being a trainer anymore at an elite level?
No. I just think that, like all great trainers of an era, not to say Freddie doesn't have anything that he can offer, but it's like when I'm trying to think of a trainer, Nazim Muhammad, you know what I'm saying? These fighters, there was nothing wrong with these coaches. It's just that the fight game, the fighters change. I think Freddie Roach, he can still give you knowledge, and he's probably did some things to help Munguia, but I think it was Munguia's maturity and really a fighter that accepts a new coach. I think that's a bigger leap than kind of who the coach is, because you got to be open to the change yourself. It don't matter who's coming in, because we see what Joshua did. You could bring in what we think is a good coach, you're a good trainer, and maybe it just doesn't work. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it sounds like I'm down on Freddie, but I feel like Freddie's been around.
That's kind of the part of it. Like, that's a perfect example. Like, because with Joshua, he brought in a great trainer, but maybe it's like you said, like you didn't use this word, but maybe they just didn't mesh well. Just like with Jaime, maybe, he brought in Eric and that didn't work, and this worked better for him. Maybe, it was able to, he was able to comprehend what Freddie is trying to teach versus, whatever he couldn't get with his Spanish-speaking legendary trainer in Eric El Terrible. I just don't want to brush Freddie off, right? Because we like to say that Freddie was Freddie because of Pacquiao, but, not that these are similar styles, but they are offensive styles, highly offensive, more offense than defense. So, maybe the pairing with with Freddie was exactly what Munguia needed is all I'm saying. I don't want to overlook that. I get Freddie is old, but again, if styles make fights, then, styles pairing with the right trainer must help as well, because that's what Freddie is known for, working with an offensive guy. He's not the Mayweathers, right?
Yeah, definitely more of an offensive guy. So he can definitely, if you're an offense, again, that makes the match, like you said, offensive fighter, offensive trainer, and it works. And that's a fair point. I didn't think about it. I just kind of, like you said, I see Freddie as, having had like it's like Virgil. That was a better comparison. Like, I'm never gonna say Virgil is not a good trainer, but if you're judging on Andre Ward, sure. But of anything else, it's like, I don't know if I'm running to him or sending anybody to him either. That's all.
And that's fair for Virgil, but I think Freddie, he's had more than just Pacquiao as a champion. So while he gets the rap that, he may be overhyped because all he had was, people only think he only had Pacquiao. I just think, I don't know, maybe I'm just being nostalgic and I'm thinking I'm seeing Freddie's influence in this ring with Jaime. And again, it could be more the opponent. Like I said, the Canelo fanboys, they're going to say, bro, Jaime looked good because Ryder is done. Why is he done? Because Canelo beat him for 12 rounds. He was a piñata. He was a punching bag. There's no way you can get beat up for 12 rounds, come back, and be the same. I can hear Canelo super fans believing that, that Munguia's last fight should have been his last fight.
Yeah, I don't think we did, at least me. Let me say it on me. I don't think I did Freddie too much disservice, but let's just give him credit. Let's just say objectively, Freddie was part of Munguia's improvement. Still in all, Munguia, anybody that's denying that there was any improvement, they either got to be a Canelo fanboy, or they don't know shit about boxing. He came, he grew up last night, and again, we started off the discussion because I said, to me, it was some maturity that he showed after the Dev-Yanchenko fight. I think, because I criticized him for going to war in moments where I felt like he should have boxed, but maybe that's what he needed to give himself more confidence in that offensive style. So yeah, man, new fighter, and he looked great. He looked great, man.
What do you think? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, any chance of Berlanga?
I mean, it really all depends on the Patty McCrory fight, right?
Welcome to Blog Talk
how's that
Radio.
Gonna look, and the performance. If Berlanga looks good, then possibly. But if he isn't, and they probably gonna keep developing, right? And I don't even know that Matchroom is in the business of developing Berlanga. He came from a pre-existing promotional outfit, so I don't know how many of these McCrory fights they want to give him. But bro, the Fundora fight, we got to touch on that. I do not think it was a bad stoppage. Like, people out here wilding, like,
stoppage.
The first thing people need to do is learn the rules. You cannot turn your back, let alone turn your back and walk away. You understand? Like, because we seen Ryan Garcia turn his back and stay there and receive his shots. You cannot walk away and then ask the ref to give you a warning. Like, she's like, yo, you didn't even give me a warning. Warning for what? You 41 years old and you like a 80-time fucking amateur champ. Why the fuck we got to teach you the rules all over again? Like, you should have learned that shit at 17 years old. She tripping. She fucked that up. It was the body shot, let's be real. When she was bent over and Fundura adjusted herself and dug in that body, that's what made her walk the fuck away. So she could lie or look for a reason. I'm not mad at her. I'm not singling her out. I just don't want inexperienced people to believe that was a bad stoppage. Like, first of all, there were so many unanswered punches. Then you turn your back, and then you never turn back around, but instead proceed to walk away. Champ, that fight deserved to be stopped. Fundora was coming on. She was grabbing excessively anyway, and this is another reason why this year I'm going to become a heavy component of being 3-minute rounds. It don't make sense. This girl would have been out of there if she would have had 3-minute rounds, because Gabriella would always come on strong. This girl got a hold. Gabriella got to be wrestling. I didn't like it. But before I forget, what was that referee? I love that referee in the Darius Fulgham fight, but don't touch on that. I just set it into the universe so we remember to come back. Give me your thoughts on the Fundora fight.
So shout out to Christina Cruz, because what she was doing was working for however long it was working. And she was bouncing, she was popping, she was trying to counter. And those of you that had her on your parlay, I get it. You're so pissed off and you wanted it to be a bad stoppage so you could make an excuse of having a fucked up parlay. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You ever turn your back on me, I'm busting your shit. Okay? And in a boxing ring, protect yourself at all times. You cannot wait for the ref to protect you. So what did she do? Got hit with a shot she didn't like and turned her back and tried to wait for the ref to protect her. It don't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. So, I mean, I don't understand how you would feel it's a bad stoppage when the fighter gave herself up. We talked about being a defensive fighter or an offensive fighter. Christina Cruz, she lost consciousness for a moment because that's a basic tenet. Protect yourself. Why didn't you take a knee? Take a fucking knee. Do not turn your back and cover yourself. That's what you do when you're getting jumped in school, man. Not in a boxing ring. So, and again, the 3-minute round, she would have got stopped if it was 3-minute round. So, the sweet poison, you see that nickname, little by little by little by little, she was getting stronger and stronger until she eventually killed this poor girl. So,
I was afraid, though. Let's be real. Like, I didn't score it like that. I would have to go back and really, check. But I seen some people gave Christina Cruz, let's say, the first 4 to 5 rounds. And
was tripping.
I was about to say, and I can see that. I can see that because Gabriella was doing this little fake paw and jab, like, I'm inching in. Here comes a big right hook, left uppercut. Ooh, I miss. Reset, do it again. I'm inching in. Big right hook, uppercut. Fuck, I miss. I'm inching in. Man, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. She ain't changed the goddamn game plan, bro. Like, she got the stoppage. But let's pump the fucking brakes. She did not adjust. She won the fight for doing the same goddamn thing. Eventually, the left uppercut landed to the body, which hurt Christina. Let's not act like she changed. Let's not act like the father gave any fucking instruction like, no, mija, doblate, fucking turn, give an aim. Same goddamn paw, right hook, uppercut, miss. Oh shit, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna get her this time, Pop. And yeah, she got the eye of the tiger. You can see it. She a dog. You can see it in her face. She wants to hurt you. But you're doing the same thing. You gotta adjust. Bro, you cannot make the same mistake. Like, you already got your son in a situation where he's got to fight out of a knockout. Bro, do better with her. I didn't see no adjustment. I didn't see any change in the game plan. She didn't do no side steps. She didn't create no angles. It was the same. I'm going to come in. I'm walking forward. I'm pawing. I'm jabbing. I'm pawing. I'm hooking. I'm uppercutting. That's it. And when I get in close, I'm going to just let hands go. Yeah, she got a powerful right hook because she gets good leverage. Her arm's so long, she fucking, she whipping that. But like, bro, Christina did very well outboxing her with her feet alone. Pot shot her with right hands all day, walking her in the left hooks. Let's not act like Gabriela Fundora was an A-star student last night. She got the stoppage she needed. That could have been a draw. That could have been a draw in a lot of people's scorecard. You understand? They got to teach her how to change gears, man. You got to change a gear. Only gear she went from was 1 to 2. Because all she did was speed up. Everything she did in the first 3-4 rounds, she did them faster in the next half. That's it. There was no adjustment. Am I wrong? I mean, I know this is your thing, women's boxing. Did I miss something? Do I got to go back and watch something?
No. Let's talk about it. The Fundoras, as a whole, are essentially, limited by what their training, has provided, and that's dear old dad. So, they can, and what we saw was a flat-footed power puncher Yeah, she's focused. She don't, necessarily get really extension on the jab. Just use it as a rangefinder. She chased Cruz around the ring and allowed Cruz to bounce and pop her. So the one thing we can, or the two or three things we can give her credit for is that she doesn't she doesn't stray away, which is a bad thing though. She doesn't stray away from what her talents or her gifts are. She's a puncher, but she just has to vary it up. She got to give the fighters different looks, and I don't know if she didn't know what kind of fighter Cruz was, or is this because the only difference I would see or have seen in Fundora is her come forward. So the only thing that she would add, and when I say come forward, I mean come forward with combinations that when she's landing them, she'll continue to speed up and try to land more uppercuts. But if she's not landing, she's just going to chase you around and just paw at you, which a lot of power punchers that haven't evolved their game or tend to do. So she got to do something. You said Freddie Roach is offensive. Yeah, man, maybe need to holler at Uncle Freddie.
Yeah, man. I mean, this kid, let me pull up his name exactly. David Picasso. He's a good fighter. And she lacked what he had probably too much of. Lateral, waist movement, head movement. Like, again, she's just like on some Earl Spence shit without the jab. At least Earl is like bang, bang. You know what I'm saying? She on some, hello, knock, knock. Are you there? You know what I'm saying? It's like, no. Beat this girl down with the jab. But outside of that, man, good fight for her. They saying they trying to line up with Marlon Esparza. Marlon doesn't move as much as Christina Cruz. So, Gabriella should get the shine, but Marlon has the Olympic pedigree. She's a former champ. She's been in there with Sinisa. I don't mind that fight. I would like to see that fight. Gabriella is a problem, but, I would love them to sprinkle in another set of eyes and iron out those wrinkles.
Esparza, she's got a rematch with I think it's Labarbe, and that was a tough fight. A lot of people thought it was a split decision going to
Barbie's old though. Barbie's old. Like, if she don't get this win convincingly this time, then Esparza might just be kind of like ready to check out, because I'm gonna Google it, but I'm pretty sure Labarbe is old, bro. But don't get me wrong, so was Christina Cruz, and she had the performance of her life in the first half, right?
Yeah. And you know how it is, man. If you can still, for women's boxing especially, you might just jump in there. Respectfully, Natasha Jonas is, she's about 38. So some of the champions, Terry Harper's, I think 40 something. So some of these girls are, a bit up there, but they're still competing at a championship level. So I don't want to take too much away from them.
Yeah, Marlene is 34. That's what I'm saying. Gabriella would be getting her off of the, rematch. What's Barbie's first name? Is it is it Guzman? Or no, is it Annabelle Ortiz?
Nah, not Ortiz. It's she's a blonde chick.
So this is a different Barbie you talking about. If you talking about the last girl she fought, you ain't talking about the Mexican La Barbie then.
No. This girl's, I think she's Argentine.
Yeah, you fucked up her name. Her name is La Chucky.
La Chucky. Okay.
What the fuck is La Chucky? Is it because she looks like Chucky the doll? Because I ain't on front. She kind of do.
Well, some kind of doll. I was in the neighborhood at wrong house. But that was a tough fight for Esparza. A lot of people thought Esparza lost that one.
Them Argentines, man. Guzman was Argentina. And they gave Romola everything she can handle, It's crazy. I don't know where I was talking that at. I think it was with King when he was over here. How certain countries just produce punchers, right? Like Argentina obviously produces punchers for boxing, I want to say Ghana too, yo. They just don't get to that high level, right? But they have power. Cole May got at least world champion. But I feel like, remember that dude that fought Dubois? I feel like he was strong. Limited, Richard Lardy.
Yeah.
But anyway, what did you like and dislike from David Picasso? I thought it's very unfortunate for one because Rajan Chance goes by Picasso. This kid's actually named Picasso. So, that name is going to help him. He fights. I love the way he fights. I ain't gonna front. I thought he hurt his left hand. Commentators were saying that he possibly hurt his right side ribs. People watching it thought he could have hurt his right hand. But before that injury happened, that boy was a motherfucking buzzsaw. He threw so many left hooks, so many right hands. He got so much fucking, I'm moving, I'm ducking, he just looked amazing until he got hurt. And I really wanted him to get that stoppage because that dude that he was fighting, Eric Ruiz, had never been stopped. This kid was hitting him with everything. So now we ain't going to know, does, Picasso have power because he got injured. So he gets the pass for not stopping Ruiz. I'll tell you this. Before he got injured, they were building him up to be this puncher so much on the television that I'm looking at it like, bro, he might not be a puncher. Like, I get that Eric Ruiz never been stopped. But this man was getting hit with 7 punch combinations, bro. He was getting hit with uppercuts, hooks, right hands, body shot. Like, this kid, Alan Picasso, brothers, his father picked the perfect name because that motherfucker's painting in there. He's to be that young. Well, he ain't young. He's 23, but he's young.
He's fairly still young.
I mean, if you ain't a standout, right? But we got a lot of 26-year-olds, 25-year-olds that are multiple division world champs already. So, he got to play catch up. Like 4 more years, Danny in 4 years later, I say it all the time what Danny was able to do at 27 years old. So, he's good though. I think he's good. I was watching the fight obviously with some of the betting crew and one of them didn't think he was good. They thought the power was not real. And again, you can question it because he did hit this kid, Eric, with everything. But I wanted it to go all 10 without injury because then I would have made a better assessment as to whether or not he doesn't have power. Truth be told, he just may not. He's 27 wins, 15 knockouts. He just may not. You know what I mean? He just may not because, bro, all his fights in Mexico. So, he just may not. But it don't mean he's not a fun fighter. He was very fun to watch. I'm hoping you watched him.
No, definitely. And I like the kid. I've seen him before a couple times. And ain't he in the same division, super bantamweight as Rajan?
Yeah, 126.
Yeah, so I think this is they could fight for the name, like we wanted the big babies to do, right? But skill wise, yeah, I think I hate to say it, pretty fly for a white guy.
I think this kid, Rajan he would need more promotion. Bro, this kid came out with the Ryan Garcia robe, then on the shoulders, he attached some sort of stick to have, protruding stars on each shoulder. You didn't notice that?
Yeah,
I'm going to find a picture. I got to find a picture. No, this kid and his team think he's a star, bro. He came in with the red and the blue Ryan robe, started out, and then had protruding stars on the shoulder. I can't believe you didn't see it. I got to find that.
No. He made me think of Abraham Nova. Guys that, you come with your own promotion, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So, But, I mean, listen. I'm not can I say I'm not worried about the power? Because when you look at his record, if he was going to be that knockout puncher, he probably would have had 20 something knockouts. You know what I'm saying? I think at this point he has pop. We can say that. And he's probably going to lean more towards being a puncher But if in fact he was injured, let's see if it was a hand injury.
My
Let's
bad.
see how he get back. If it's a lot of fighters are sometimes they're not the same. I don't want to project that on him. But if it was a hand injury, a tendon, a bone, something like that, let's see how he heals from that and move forward. Because that could be a very big wrinkle in his style, which could make him definitely not a knockout puncher, because then he may not be prone to it at that point. If it was the ribs, the side, whatever it was, hey, who knows, man? But I definitely want to keep seeing him on Golden Boy. He's definitely one of those fighters they should put money into and build him to the star that both he and his team think he is.
Yeah, no, they could definitely use this kid. He is television friendly. He fits the bill. They can sell him. Here goes the fucking robe. Let's fucking go. I gotta show you this. I mean, and by you, I mean the people that haven't seen it. Let's start over because it's gonna go quick. So first of all, let's just zoom there. You can see the stars. You can see the stars. My man attached the stars via stick. So not only do we got them on the breastplate of the jacket, but they popping out. Like, homie, I'm going to the heavens with this shit. And then there goes the full look. This is gonna be fast. Oh damn, that didn't work. Let's try it again. You got to do it fast because obviously it's gonna go straight into video here. There you go. That was the full view of it. I don't have a picture. I'm sorry. We'll hopefully find one. But he got the Ryan Garcia robe. He got the look. His left hook, bro. The combinations that he throws with that left is just insane. He triples it in terms of hook. He'll bring it downstairs. He'll bring it from the hook to the body to the uppercut, back to the hook, then slides the right, then gives you the Canelo lateral right in front of you. He hurt his hand and the dude really can't even hit him. Like, he was still in front of the dude, bobbing and weaving. Like, I really like this kid. I hope that he pans out.
And I was getting ready to say, he was throwing them combinations, the uppercuts and the lefts like he was on a rope drill. Very fluid.
Yep. No, I really like this kid. I really like this kid. I hope that, he pans out for them. I can see him becoming a star for Golden Boy. I mean, again, you got to go watch his walkout. It's all about moxie. It's all about who that fighter believes he is. Like Collazo. I think Collazo, believes he's a star. I love that he called out Oscar. He said, bro, I defended my title 5 times. I want that bonus. You know what I'm saying? And someone had misinformation. They interviewed Oscar, and they're like, yo, Oscar, is it true he defended it 5 times? You got to pay him $5 million. He said, whoa, 500,000? So, big difference. But, hey, I'm sure for a dude that weighs 105, a $500,000 bonus outside of your already purses that you got for them 5 fights, that's a hell of a Christmas. I'm telling you right now. This was a great card. Darius Fulgham and Alantez Fox. That was a tough fight for Darius from style standpoint. Alantez Fox came in there, and him and his dad believed that if they push Darius back, he wouldn't be able to fight in the manner in which he's accustomed to. But quickly that just turned into a lot of fucking hugging and mauling. And oh my God, it was so unattractive. I honestly, bro, I started eating crumble cookies through that shit. I fell asleep through 1.5 rounds. I'm not even gonna front. Like, I woke up to find out he won by decision. Which is crazy because I kind of was leaning decision because of the durability of Fox and who he been in there with. But the fact that he had been stopped twice before this had me iffy. But then it had me even more like on the side of, yo, he going to take Darius the distance because he took Bazian in the distance from Canada. And I'm like, he Canadian. He probably ain't got the power of Darius. And I just convinced myself that Darius would get the stoppage, which he didn't. He got the decision. Shout out to my betting crew. Fucking Osvaldo, motherfucker, knew he was going to get the decision. Bro, $30 made him like $300 and something. That's crazy. That's crazy. But shout out to him. I think he's from Chicago. Darius needs to work on creating distance and space. He was allowing himself to just be smothered, and he felt comfortable. I'll be real. It's like he wanted to be in there. I think he felt he could hurt Alantez from the inside. But the rounds that I didn't fall asleep, I mean, I was struggling because I'm like, who do I know that could get me Darius's trainer's number? For one, correct me if I'm wrong, homie ain't take off the goddamn sunglasses. Bruh, like, you not part of the entourage. You need to be watching. Am I wrong? Because, again, I fell asleep for a round and a half. Do you remember him? He had glasses on, bro. I got glasses on. My man had shades on.
Yo, let's hope he had an astigmatism and the lights was too bright for him in the moment or something, man. Let's shoot him some bell.
Nah, I hope maybe he got sensitive eyes and the bright lights from the thing. It hurts him, and I don't know.
But Ness,
he was saying the right things, though. I'm not going front. He was saying the right things. I was listening to him. He sounded pretty like cool, calm, and he was saying to Darius to create space and not to be smothered, and try to set up the right hand. It was a few things.
Yeah, they definitely didn't. The lights wasn't too bright in the moment. Unlike what you said in the Fundora fight, he got good coaching, and Fulgham, I think it seemed like he was working on something. He realized the fight was going to be ugly, and he was just working on something. And he was working on try to go to the inside and rip uppercuts from the inside and work to the body, how to position his head. Like, he just figured it like, yo, this is just some dirty ass. I just got to work through something on this. And I thought that was a smart play from a guy who's been positioned as a puncher, right? But what we all know and what we all need to see is, yes, to create more space, create more opportunities so he can use what does work for him. But I thought it was good work last night. You in there with a veteran like Fox, and like you said, from being stopped, he probably had a game plan where he said, I'd rather make this shit rough and nasty than to give myself an opportunity to be stopped by, a known puncher at this point. So it was an ugly fight. But I like I said, I saw Fulgham in his corner working on some things, or at least that's what I thought it was. So, us hardcores, we had to watch it so we can talk about it,
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Daniel Garcia. He got a, beautiful knockout as well on the undercard. Highlight reel KO.
Was it a first rounder or was it early? I know that.
Let me see here.
Third round or something very early.
Do his shows on this replay. I mean, I don't know who this dude was fighting, though. The way the dude was holding his guard up was insane. But I think the zone is pretty chill about, sharing. So I'm going to go ahead and show that knockout. See, the kid that he's fighting, look at the way he holds his guard. First of all, his guard's so low. He had, look, where's both his hands at? Both hands under the chin. And then he just collapses, bro. It was a huge, huge right hand. It was a very decent card, Like I said, Picasso was great, and that was on the undercard, right? They had a stream too, right? So prelims was Johnny Canas. He looked good again, He's a work in progress. We talked about this kid. He doesn't have this heavy amateur background. He's learning on the job, but he's big as fuck. And he's decent, bro. He keeps doing his thing. They just got to keep matching him right and letting them grow. He beat a dude yesterday that obviously he was supposed to beat. The kid never won a fight. He lost 3 times. But, again, this kid, Johnny Cañas, he doesn't have this deep amateur background. They're working with him on the job, and he has a little bit of a fan base, you know what I'm saying? So Golden Boy needs that. He doesn't look anything like his BoxRec page, so I won't even screen share that BoxRec page. I feel like he doesn't look like that anymore. But yeah, shout out to him for picking up his knockout win. And who else want to talk about? I didn't watch the Cabrera fight. Did you watch that one, the Gael Cabrera?
Yeah, I watched some of it. I was moving around, so I didn't see all of it. But he looked pretty good. I think he got a stoppage as well.
Yeah, so basically that's it. You know, Oscar Collazo gets his, like I said, his win, defends his title for a 5th straight time, wins his bonus, gets another knockout. There was a lot of chatter of him moving up to 15. I think that's a huge jump. Like, you going from 105 to 115. I don't know if they meant that in one jump or they meant eventually he'll be at 15. But isn't Bam at 15? That's the move. If he gonna jump his ass up, Puerto Rico versus Mexico, that's the move. Wasn't this fight in Arizona too? Or
Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah, so then they could go right back there. I mean, granted, they were not the main event, but he and Bam, I'm sure, could be the main event. Puerto Rico versus Mexico. The issue is that, you know, Collazo would be giving up all hometown territory and probably have no fans, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I got to watch the Oscar and the Trinidad fight, right? That was in Vegas. I got to see how many Puerto Rican fans were there. Like, I don't know. Do they be traveling like that? Like, you really got to build a Puerto Rican in New York, right?
Yeah, it's a few in California, but they not like, you know what I mean, like they are on the East Coast.
Yeah, so I don't know. Does that fight make even sense all the way over on the West, or do they take Bam to New York City for the first time to pay more taxes just to give his opponent hometown advantage?
They got to do that fight in Texas, right? 210 Bam. Do that fight in Texas, right? But I think building towards that, you bring Sonny back, all right? If you saying this guy's going to move up, he wants to move up from 105 to 115.
I like that. Collazo versus Sonny in the future. I like that. Yeah, to show us. I like that. That's perfect.
Show us, and then, you know, we could see if he's ready to. Because Bam, listen, Bam, and I alluded to it on IG yesterday. I think Eddie did the same thing they did during the pandemic. I think Matchroom fucked around and bought a ranch out in Phoenix, and they just camped out. And I was gonna ask you, do you think, because we know the UK travel, we're talking about traveling audiences, do you think the UK constituents contributed towards that crowd last night? Do you think that had anything to do with it? And is that a good recipe that they're working on over there?
I'm sure people came. I mean, you know, Eddie promotes Munguia. Eddie's super popular. I mean, not Munguia, excuse me, Ryder. Eddie's super popular. Ryder was in fights with big names. So, yeah, I don't know how many tickets. I'm not going to even give a guess on that. But, yeah, I'm sure some UK guys or women showed up. I would hope so. You know what I mean? Fuck. I would certainly hope so. I wanted to double back because we got a super chat here from, well, we're going to have to start from the top. Oscar, welcome to the Pros Contender level. RRT Boxing with Mr. A, $5. Diego is top 7 across the board and only second 12-rounder. A shame. Hashtag Hardin. Is he really? I thought he was at least 5-1. Diego Pacheco. Yeah, I was right. He's number 4 in the IBF.
Yeah, man. Pacheco, he's in the neighborhood, man. He's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a fight. Like, if I'm Eddie, I'm giving Berlanga or Pacheco Ryder next. Easy. You know, that'll really tell us if Ryder's done. Both those guys are punchers or perceived punchers. Next, we got Charles, $5. Throw Munguia in there with Morrell. Let's see who's the real deal. What y'all think? I think, yeah, PBC would love for Morrell to get his hands on Munguia, but I don't think that Golden Boy would ever do that.
Never.
What does Morrell bring to the table? And don't say the WBA because Munguia had some sort of belt yesterday, and we all know that means that there's 3 champions in that division now, because if Munguia had a belt and Benavidez has a belt, and then you got my boy with a belt, Canelo, what the fuck is going on? So Munguia won the WBC, or has the WBC silver, and David is the WBC interim, and Canelo is the WBC champion. So yeah.
Well, let's not be slanderous. Dave Morrell's got all 2,000 of those fans in the Armory in Minneapolis.
3,500.
3,500. So but truthfully, he's got the belt.
I do see, Louis DeCubas, Al Heyman willing to make that fight because, Jaime is the bigger name, brings, 11,000 people. So, they would want to do that. Again, I just don't think that Oscar and company would want to work with David Morrell.
I agree.
Leonard Sterling, 2-pounder. Kenya Enrique, best flyweight in my opinion, fighting February 3rd. I never actually seen her fight, but I met her in Mexico, and she's not with 3-minute rounds. She's not with 3-minute rounds. So, never seen her fight. Gotta watch her fight to make a true assessment. But I remember from the convention, she's not with 3-minute rounds. Matt Bent, 100. Kansas City, $2. Daily Dose of Tanquil. Munguia versus Benavidez. I like that. Tank, 2024. Yeah, again, why you guys matchmaking with PBC? And I get it. Munguia was in negotiations with David, but what did Senior say? He pulled out. Like, you know what I'm saying? And now people talking about a potential May fight with Canelo, they not answering no David phones.
Not a chance. Not a chance. And that's what, I think Oscar had been banking on all this time, that one day, like the real estate game. So he's realized in Munguia what, he hadn't been able to realize in Virgil Ortiz in some ways. Canelo was trying to hold on to some real estate at 168. And when Canelo left, everybody thought he was done. Zurdo moved up, and Munguia is definitely fitting that bill. So he's going to play his cards correct. He's not going to give up that bargaining chip so easily. So, we have to respect the way he's going to, hold on to the leverage, because he's got leverage. Him and Munguia got the leverage in this one.
Mm-hmm. Chance, $2. Top of the morning, fellas. Buenos dias. Leonard back with another 5-pounder. Matchroom wants Munguia versus Berlanga. They build in Pacheco. First LA headline done well. 2,000 sold. 178,000 compared to Morrell. Recent fight, 2,000 sold. 105,000. So he talking about tickets, I'm assuming, but why are you saying 2,000 sold? Because it's definitely 10,800 for the last fight. Unless he talking about Berlanga, who sold 2,000 tickets. I'm lost right now, honestly, with Leonard. But I do like the Munguia Berlanga fight. We got to see how Berlanga looks. I don't know that they take that fight. It's a big fight for them. It's a big fight for Berlanga, but Munguia throws so many punches, and sometimes Berlanga gets in that high guard. That could be a really tough fight. Tough fight for Berlanga.
Did you see the highlight package they tried to put together for Berlanga yesterday?
No, Matchroom? Oh, yeah. I did see it during the live you're talking about.
It was hard trying to put something together. And even in one of the fucking clips that they showed, Berlanga was just so off balance trying to land his shot. It was like, there's no development to be done. You just got to use him and get up out of here. Like, it's like milk, you know what I'm saying? 2 days old. It don't stink, but it's bad. So if you're going to use it, or pour that motherfucker out. He got to go.
So Munguia beats him, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the Munguia I saw yesterday, absolutely. Absolutely. Might stop him.
I hate to say it. It's not what I want. But is that fight pay-per-view? Is that how they convinced Berlanga to take the Munguia fight?
Yeah. Yeah, put it on pay-per-view. Pick the right weekend. Whether you do it in June for Puerto Rico or whether you do it in either May or September.
Do you really do it in June as if he's the A side when Munguia's obviously selling more tickets?
If you need to convince him, that he's the A side, he say, yo, we doing this for Puerto Rico.
I don't know that he takes that fight. That's a tough fight.
Oh, I know he don't take it, but we're saying,
it's a good fight.
It's a great fight. And it's a fight that he needs and we need. But, he don't know that he needed. We needed and he needed to know whether or not
I
he's
just
still
feel like
goods. Go ahead.
I just feel like a silver belt ain't enough. I don't even think can you do a pay-per-view with a silver belt? Is this a pay-per-view? Like, all right, let's help them. It's obviously got to be Golden Boy Matchroom. Let's make a strong undercard. 35, who does Matchroom have that we could use versus Schofield? Because I honestly, it's not a pay-per-view card. Berlanga, he just hasn't done anything yet. At least Jaime is a former world champ. So I get it based off his popularity and their projections. It's kind of like the Ryan Garcia thing. Like, we don't think, they know. And that's why they giving them the money. So it's like, make the card worth it. But I don't know what they got. I'll throw this. Co-main event, Gilberto Ramirez, Badu Jack. Cruiserweight belt or one of them belts up there. Wherever Gilberto's trying to fight. Does that entice? I don't even think that sells. That doesn't help paper. I mean, I guess. Maybe it does. It is the green print. And he's a big Mexican at cruiserweight. It's almost heavyweight. Maybe that does draw in more Mexican fans because Zurdo's fighting Badu Jack. Or is Badu Jack not a known name here? He is Swedish at the end of the day.
But you double down on the La Raza. You double down on it because you got Munguia and Zurdo on the same card. So you double down on it. You know what I'm saying? Now, hell.
Which means you got to double down on Collazo. Bring him to add to the Berlanga.
Hell, throwing Williams a payday and you really got a party.
Zepera's main eventing. I don't know if you've seen that. He got a date with
JoJo, right?
No. He's fighting Maxie Hughes.
Oh, okay. That's a good fight.
IBF Eliminator.
Okay.
But it don't mean that he can't be free for this hypothetical fake fight that probably won't ever happen. Not the way we saying it. I doubt we'll get Zurdo Badu Jack as the co-main plus Oscar Collazo, adding to that Puerto Rican power. Who else could they add? But that you got to remember, Collazo's actually a Golden Boy fighter, not a DAZN fighter. So that means Munguia and Collazo would go on that card, plus Zurdo. That means they would have to, that's basically either we got to come up with a better idea or more Matchroom B-sides or Matchroom has to lend the services of Berlanga to Golden Boy, who basically can put the card on. I mean, if it's a Munguia headline, he's the A-side. Then you got Zurdo. That's a big undercard because Zurdo's his own main event. But let's say Badu Jack doesn't want to play ball. He's in Dubai a lot. He's in Saudi. He's Muslim. He's getting that money out there. Who else could Zurdo fight?
At cruiser, Matchroom. You know what? Nah, because he's trying to get in the mix with those guys. But okay. That card yesterday, no Matchroom guys was on there, but they could bring in no. I'm all over the place because I'm thinking cruiserweight, I'm thinking Reactport, I'm thinking UK guys, but these guys are not with Matchroom, but they got the Tyrone McKenna. Tommy McCarthy, he might be on his way out. He just lost yesterday. Who else can they bring in that cruiser? Coley's down with Boxer now, right?
What about this? It'll be his first fight at cruiser, maybe, or I could be wrong and he's already given us one. Let me double check just to be clear. I got a wild left field name for Zurdo as the co-main that should be cheap. And by cheap, I don't mean super cheap, but affordable. Marcus Brown.
Okay.
Marcus Brown is 6'2", last fought at 179. No, last fought at 198 versus Adrian Taylor and got a unanimous decision at the MGM Harbor. That event was put on by, oh shit, TGB. So that means he might be back with Al. Because he was not working with Al for a minute, as you see. He had been off. But
that's a good name.
That is cruiserweight. That was Saturday, August 12th, 2023, Marcus Brown's last fight. But look, I won't hold the phone lines any longer. If you guys want to call in, give us your opinion over yesterday's fight, feel free. I don't want to keep going down this hypothetical card that probably won't happen. But it's still a good fight, Munguia, Berlanga. You know, and Zurdo Marcus Brown ain't bad either. For real. Number to call, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time to voice your opinion right here. Voice of the People hotline. I mean, where can they find you? Just in case. You always wait for last minute, man. You gotta constantly remind these guys.
Nah, for sure. King Amin of Essex 1 on Instagram, King Amin of Essex 1 on Twitter, and the championship rounds on YouTube.
Yo.
What's up?
Damn, I thought you was done. I actually watched your video, the Lewis Crocker one, because you did an early breakdown for the IG, not breakdown, but post fight on your IG, right? Of the of the earlier card and shit. I actually watched that card too, bro. I didn't do any research, so I'm glad that you're here and that you spoke about it on your own platform, because to me, as a fight fan, Lewis Crocker looked like he was a middleweight, 68-pounder, and that kid, what was his name?
Jose Felix Jr.
He looked like he was like a 35-pounder, so I'll Google it. Because I do got the schedule pulled out. I'll check what weights this kid Felix has fought before. But, like, bro, he looked mad small in there.
Yo, he fought at 40, and this fight was supposed to be at 147.
Oh, Felix has fought at 40 before.
Yeah, I believe. Might have been smaller than that, but you know what I'm saying?
Okay, definitely. But it says Crocker came in overweight at 150.
Yeah, for a welterweight fight. And it ain't no telling what he blew up to.
Nah, he looked extremely big. He's listed at only 5'9", though. That's odd. That's odd. What's your thoughts on Crocker? Because, again, Jose Felix didn't do bad. You know what I mean? But he's not a world champ, right? Like, he's just a good challenge. I don't even want to call him a journeyman just yet, but you know, he's starting to fit the description with 40 fights, 7 losses, 1 draw, 31 KOs. He can fit the description of a journeyman, but he just did get a big knockout over Gary Cully. You know, he took Sandor 10 rounds, Tyrone McKenna. So I get why people were, you know, giving them, you know, at least the benefit of the doubt. But, you know, Isaac Cruz knocked this dude out in 3. So how good is Lewis Crocker?
Nah, man, he's not the goods. I can tell you that much. Fake Conor McGregor swag, came in there as a middleweight. Fucking just it was abhorrent to see the way, you know, Felix Jr. he had no option, no game plan. This man was he was just like, you ain't never seen a Mexican on his toes, Mayweathering, picking and popping, lead uppercuts. When you ever seen a Mexican fighter doing fucking lead uppercuts? He spent the whole time trying to split Crocker's guard because Crocker was just walking him down, knowing he had the advantage of outweighing him. So to watch that, I'm like, yo, the BBFC got it correct because they said there's no way we're going to let this asshole win the title. But the WBO, sure enough, said, nah, we'll give him a silver, a bronze, a fucking tarnished ruby, whatever the fuck they gave him, and they gave him a strap. But it was terrible. And the knockout, first of all, they prevented Felix Jr. from going to the body when he landed a clear belt line shot, but it would take you back to
the ref took a point from him,
took a fucking point.
Yo, that was wild.
Didn't give him a chance. And so by the time Crocker blew his head off with that fucking right, I said, damn, he really put him out his mercy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, what were you going to do? They took a point away
out his
from
misery, you mean?
Yeah, took him out his misery. It was fucked up, but he must have got paid good because they brought that kid all the way to Ireland to do him dirty. It was fucked up. But did you see Clark and Tommy McCarthy on that card as well?
No. And I didn't see the Donovan fight. There is one more fight. I'm pulling up the event to see because it might have been. I might have to look at how Clark looks because I didn't see the Donovan fight, which is the fight I wanted to see. He was the welterweight. People keep talking about him. How did he look? Did you watch it?
To me, he looks like he puts you in the mind of Josh Taylor. Not
okay.
Maybe not as precise. But
I did watch the Clark fight. Yeah, I seen this guy. Yep. He got the stoppage. He looks so mean, but he's got this calm voice in the post fight. I did watch the Clark fight, so if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, Clark is former Olympian, and he's been on the fringes of the cruiserweight, division, and now he's ready to step in there. So, Tommy McCarthy, the opponent, was a big key to this, being a common opponent with the current WBO champ, who Chris Billum Smith, who defeated Richard Riakporhe. Who defeated Lawrence Okoli, and Richard Riakporhe and Chris Billum Smith are now fighting for the title. So now you have, Clark in the mix of this. He's ready, and I mentioned, why not give him an Okoli at this point, just to kind of keep those guys circulating amongst each other, since they all fighting for that WBO. All the other titles is kind of spread out. So, Don King's guys got a belt, and I forgot who else got a belt.
Yeah, so this is a little highlight here of McCarthy putting down Clark, right? Oh, no, this is the wrong one. This is Samuel Pierce, so excuse me. Wrong one. Tried to find it, but at least the zone is cool like that, right? This is, nope, that's Patty Donovan with the fudge. Anyway, we're going to open up the phone lines. I'll get back to it when I do find it. We got J. Will, Ohio.
J. Will, what up? Unmute.
Let me double check. Maybe it didn't connect. Trying you again, champ. You. Hold on. Let me see something. In the meantime, hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. Remember, you can call the landline 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 only one time. If you've already done that, don't do it again. Don't get out of the queue. We do have Discord and Twitter available. Jay Will, we hear you?
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, man. What's up, I mean? Yo. Where can I start, man? I'm trying to get everything in one call, man. This is crazy. Yo, for there to even be a narrative proposed that Ryder got beat down so bad for 12 rounds, he was a shell of himself against Munguia, and that's why Munguia looked the way he looked. I mean, that's just taken away from Munguia's performance. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna do that to Bud, so we ain't gonna do that to Munguia. We don't do that to no other fighter, but now we're gonna try to do it to Munguia in order to help Canelo for narratives for Canelo. Ryder did not get his ass whooped by Canelo like that for 12 rounds. Actually, the narrative after that fight was that Canelo's performance was underwhelming. So, and even going into the Jamel fight, he gave his excuse for why he performed the way he did because he wasn't 100% healthy, and that's why after the Mel fight, what did he say? Nobody can beat this Canelo, insinuating that he was 100% healthy, like he wasn't for the Ryder fight. So for anybody try to act like Canelo put down an ass whooping on fucking Ryder that fight, that's some bullshit. So we're gonna stop that there. What it is that Munguia has a lot more activity than Canelo. And then, the last Canelo show, I had the nerve to say that Canelo he's not in his prime no more, but he's still a great fighter. But I'm a hater for saying that. You know what I'm saying? Which is the crazy thing. I think there's about 1% or 2% of fighters that can beat him. But, he's not at his prime. And y'all got to accept that. That's all it is. So
is a not in his prime Canelo losing to Munguia?
That's a good fight. That's a decent fight, but I think Canelo has enough experience to pull that out. Now, can Canelo beat Benavidez? No. I think him fighting Bud is a 60-40, 55-45 fight. But like trying to fight people young in their prime in his own weight division and shit like that, probably a thing of the past. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he's kind of in the rock between the hard place because he fights Munguia. Okay, now it looks a little bit more acceptable, but after that, where do you go? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, Canelo fans, I just hope y'all start to understand, like, he's a great fighter, but he's not 17 no more. And that's okay. You know what I'm saying? But he's still a great fighter, bruh.
Champ, that's the bell. You don't think you obsessed?
Is it not a Canelo topic today?
I mean, but you ain't even talking about Munguia and him fighting and what's next. It's about him
because of the bullshit narrative. Because of that bullshit narrative that y'all try to lay.
But who is
That's
y'all?
Why.
My title says, "Wow, Jaime outshines Canelo." The same thing you called in to say. Yet you haven't said what you liked about Jaime, how good he looked, what he did good, what he did wrong, who you want him next with. I mean, it was just a bunch of hating on Canelo, bruh. You need a therapist, man.
Because of the bullshit narrative you said. Because of the bullshit narrative that you try to propose.
Wait, but what is my narrative? Is your call not my narrative? You just said, yo, all y'all trying to say XYZ, no, that's bullshit. Canelo didn't look good because he was allegedly injured. Jaime looked good because he's more active. Like, you said the same thing I said. One man outshine the other. You mad.
Jay Will, I know you would have been a monster in them streets because I would have put my hands up like, hey, take my chain, and you would have shot me anyway. Because we damn sure was saying that we don't want to take away from Munguia performance by saying Canelo's, but people are gonna say that, but that's not fair to say.
I literally made the argument that like there's gonna be people to call in and say, "Oh, Canelo whooped his ass for 12 rounds." That ain't the same version, and that I'm not on that side. That what I seen was a better version of Jaime. I credited Freddie Roach. Like the thing is, you are so full of hate.
Well,
I don't get what Canelo did to you. This is only a sport.
Honestly, I've been in and out. I've been in and out of the show So I heard the first opening of the show, and that's all I really heard. Then I kind of came back in trying to check to see if I got a call from my call, but that's really it. But from what I heard in the beginning, you was laying the narrative of what I
Yeah,
said.
right.
But
Yeah, right, bro.
if that's not the narrative,
I
that's not
gotta
your
go.
narrative, then that's
I
my bad.
gotta go. I gotta
Jay
go.
Will, go back and listen, bro.
Man, go back to sleep. That's what he gotta do. My man, look, I'm telling you, they wake up with hate in their blood. It's like, bro, we said the same thing and he's still mad at me and Canelo. It's like, bro, we saying Jaime look better. He did better. He dropped right in the second round. Like, come on, man. Like, ay.
Before you go to the next caller, Jay Will done ran me off the block, man. I got to get up out of here. He done chased me out of here, man.
No
But
worries.
check me out on Instagram, King Amin of Essex 1. King Amin of Essex 1 on Twitter as well in those championship rounds. And yo, Ness, I'm home all week too, man. Get with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm home all week, working from home. So get at me.
Let's do it.
I hit you.
Appreciate you, man. There you
Salute,
go, ladies
familiar.
and gentlemen. King Amin in Essex. We appreciate him. Let's see what we got, right? We got a couple of super chats we got to get to that came in. We last stopped off at Leonard Sterling. Then we got to get to RRT. Boxing with Mr. A, another $2. Silver Champs equals best of the B tier. Hashtag Hardin. Face in Hardin smoke. Face with Hardin smoke coming out the news. Two of those. We got JXV, 88, $2. So the surgery didn't matter when Nello beat Ryder. The surgery didn't matter when Nello beat Ryder. What do you mean by that matter? Are you saying that he didn't do what Munguia did because he had surgery or was coming off of surgery? What are you saying? That's what I need to know because, yep, I don't really, like, that super chat isn't really, really clear. Kerry G, $2. He says, Jaime still be leaning over front foot too much. Yeah, he just got to be careful who he fights, right? Like, Canelo's very good with the uppercut. We've seen what happened to poor Billy Joe. So, is Berlanga. I think the Berlanga fight is a good fight. The thing is, how do you convince them to do it, without killing us, the fans? Because the obvious answer is, if you do it on pay-per-view, they're going to do it, It gives Berlanga the opportunity for the big stage. And if you failed on the big stage, hey, man, who's mad at you, right? It was the big stage. Plus, you still get the finances of the big stage, which means, they're going to do well. Jaime just did 10,000 tickets. Berlanga sells good tickets. Nowhere near that many, but he also hasn't had that type of dance partner. He's been a ticket seller sheerly on him, so the right dance partner, it could just be a big fight for Berlanga. Will he take it? Fulgham, excuse me. Kerry G back at us with another $2 that says, Fulgham need better punch selection, less hesitancy. Yeah, I agree. Again, he wasn't giving himself too much space to even have punch selection. It's like he wanted that inside fight. Look, we've seen it with Earl, right? Like, I wanted to beat him at his own game. So maybe he felt like, okay, this is what you want to do. You think you're going to bully me because I'm younger, I'm smaller. I'm going to show you I could bang. I don't know. Just trying to piece it together. RRT Boxing with Mr. A, another $2. Jaime versus Eubank next. Hashtag Hardin. Nah, man, that does nothing for Jaime, man. That does nothing for Jaime. And we got to stop. I was about to just say the same shit I'm doing with Jaime and Berlanga. I was about to say we got to stop, kind of rewarding guys just because they popular. But that is the same thing that's happening with Munguia Berlanga, kind of. But at least it makes more sense, Really, Eubank is kind of irrelevant. He's already out here doing exhibitions and, like, jumping around and looking for the biggest fight only. He's not really fighting in the rankings. At least Berlanga's fighting in the rankings, so if Munguia knocks him off, he knocks him off the rankings, Conor kind of lives in a world of his own, where he's a big name and he gets to draw whatever his name draws. You know what I mean? James Benitez, what up?
Yo, Ness, you hear me?
Perfect.
Yo, man. Hey, shout out to last night's card, man. It was pretty decent, man. I'm gonna start off with DFG. DFG was fighting the Desperate Fighter. That shit was an ugly fight, man. So I get how you kind of fell asleep on the fight, man. He had some good moments, even in the fight, man. When he got to the later rounds, he was starting to space better. He was starting to actually back up, trying to avoid the clinch, and actually slide in the uppercut and actually start working the body of Fox. So I mean, DFG, he still shows some promise, especially being against that kind of gritty fighter. But I don't know what could be next for him. The Gabriel Fandora. This is why I wish King Amin was still on the line for this right here. Man, she looked like shit, man. I'm gonna keep it real. That was a terrible fucking stoppage. He threw fucking references out there like Mayweather and Conor McGregor and shit. I heard him say that, man. So I'm gonna throw it out there again. All Cruz did, man. She got hit from back of the head, just like Mayweather did. Put his hands behind his fucking head and was trying to find the ropes and everything so she could reset to find the opponent. But while she was doing that, she was getting hit in her fucking her kidney behind her and shit like that. She didn't know where the opponent was. That was a terrible stoppage from the ref. The ref should have broke that shit up. She was picking and popping her for like 5 straight rounds. And sure, when round 6, the momentum did change, and 7 definitely when Gabriella put her goddamn hand behind her head and was throwing uppercuts and shit. Of course, shit like that's going to slow down the fighter, man. But me personally, man, she is slight. Like I told last night, she is barely to me considered the better Fandor. But she ain't great. She ain't great. It just showed me that they were just vested in her. Golden Boy's real vested in her. So, I mean, that's probably what prompted the ref just to stop the fight so she could go ahead and raise her hands. Jaime Munguia, he ain't ready for the big dogs in 168, man. And I'm including Berlanga in this right here. Berlanga's extremely skilled, man. I mean, Ryder's cool and all, man, but he ain't no fucking Berlanga to me, man. Berlanga's talented. He's a boxer.
All right, so where does Berlanga go next? Does he fight Ryder or does he take Jaime?
I mean, shit. You want to see him do it better than Canelo and Munguia? Because he damn sure would, in my personal opinion. Let's see what Berlanga does in a couple of weeks and shit, man. Then y'all gonna be chanting the same thing that I be chanting and saying, "Oh yeah, Berlanga's really like that," And those highlights that they showed that Golden Boy did show of him last night. I mean that the zone did show him from last night. They were all warranted, man. Like, come on, man. Like they showed the knockouts, they showed the toughness, they showed the punch variety that Berlanga got. We didn't see much of that from Jaime last night for real. I mean, yeah, sure.
Yo,
whatever, man.
You funny. Meanwhile, you calling for Ryder fight, not Jaime fight.
I mean, shit, we could do that, but come on, man. Like, do you really want to see that?
Hell
because
yeah, Jaime Berlanga.
I don't think Jaime would take that fight because Jaime's gonna beat the B-side in that fight. I don't care, bro.
Yo, here you go.
I don't care what you say.
Here you go.
Whatever,
My man went straight to A-side, B-side, bro. That's a good fight, bro. Come on.
It's a good fight, man. But Berlanga been calling out bigger names. He been calling out Benavidez since 2020, man. So that's what we looking at after this fight right here. Fuck all that small shit.
He pulled out
man.
the Benavidez fight. Plus Benavidez is across the street. Let me get to some other calls. Benavidez is across the street. This is something to make right there on your side of the street, and we need more of this. Like, even if you ain't really a Berlanga Munguia fan, I think we all need to get together and like ask for this so that we are forcing these networks to at least make the in-house fights. Like, Eddie had Canelo, Billy, Andre. People like to complain that those fights didn't get made, So all I'm saying is Berlanga Munguia is a good fight to make on that network between two promoters that are on that network. And if Canelo's going to be busy with someone else, only if Canelo announces something else for May 5th, yeah, Berlanga Munguia is a nice fight to counter that. Just saying. I got Anthony, Georgia.
What up? Hey, bro. Hey, man. I thought, look, I don't don't really want to hear no excuses for like, oh, Canelo didn't get him out of there because of the injuries and all this. Nah, man, fair is fair. Because there's something called, like, I watch a lot of MMA, and they talk about MMA math, right? This guy beat this guy, so that means that guy's going to beat that guy. This shit don't work. You know, boxing math don't work either. It just does not work, you know? If you go in there and you do what you do, we should be able to stand on that and say he looked great. They beat the shit out of John Ryder. I stopped him, did what Canelo couldn't. So, you know, and I think he should continue down this path, speaking about Munguia, discrediting Canelo's resume, as well as Benavidez. Keep picking off all these dudes that Canelo's beating and make it look like what it is, you know, because Canelo is not even fighting nobody in the division for the second time in a row, and he still holds all the belts. It's so unfair, you know, it's so fucking unfair, you know. You got guys like Munguia who are taking these tough-ass fights, you know, going to war. They deserve their shot. So Munguia or Benavidez, either one of these motherfuckers deserve a shot. And you fighting a fucking 54-pounder? Are you kidding me? You know, like, come on, bro. You know, that shit is. Has Charlo even fought in like what? Oh, my bad. He did just fight. And he didn't even look that great. He looked all right. But that was his first fight in how long, you know? Now, fuck that. Go fight Munguia. Go fight fucking Benavidez. Fight one of these real fights. You know, it should be fucking illegal for these people like Canelo to do what they're doing to boxing. Just putting the middle finger up to it. And you got guys out here running cover for him. You know, I think it's so unfair. You know, Benavidez got like 4 or 5 defenses of an interim belt. And Munguia's got some bronze belts. You know what I'm saying? They're just creating fucking belts so Canelo doesn't have to fight either one of them. Okay, silver, bronze, gold, it means nothing.
But they're not creating them. Technically, all 3 of them belts existed before Canelo was there.
Yes, for the wrong reason. They were conceptualized for the wrong reason. They're a piece of crap. None of those belts mean anything. The only belt that means something is the belt that Canelo's holding, right? That he's sitting on, squatting on. Who has he fought in the top 5 at 68?
I mean, again, technically that's not true because if Canelo vacates, the belt that Benavidez has does mean something. It becomes full champ. And then the belt that Jaime got would eventually, you know, change into the interim.
To the interim, right?
Or into a mandatory status or a mandatory position for the champ. You know?
Which means nothing.
What?
Benavidez has been a mandatory for 3 years.
No,
yeah. Mean nothing.
Yeah, but does Benavidez bring the finances that Canelo does?
Yes. No. Hell no.
Exactly. Listen. Exactly. That's why the WBC would mandate quicker with Jaime Benavidez. That's why, because the 3% of that fight combined would be better and it would work. But they're not about to push Canelo to get mad at them again. Don't forget what Canelo did when they tried to force him to fight Golovkin. You can't force a dude this on his own sheer will is deciding to be great, to move up and challenge these guys. You guys want him to do it when you want, but remember, he started at 140. So if he isn't jumping to fight Gennady Golovkin when you want, you can't be mad. He did it. And if he isn't jumping to fight the naturally 250-pound David Benavidez when you want, he will. But he fought Kovalev, who gets to 200 and has a cruiserweight fight scheduled. You know what I mean? He fought Bivol and lost and still didn't give up. Like, y'all come down on a guy that takes massive challenges. Y'all come down on him like he ain't doing shit.
Weight. He takes massive challenges. That's not really gonna lose them much, right? You move up your weight.
Did Charlo not move much? Did Charlo not lose much? You calling Charlo a bum in this call. You saying he's done in this call. And Canelo's moved up 2, 3, 4, 5 divisions, homie. He started at 40.
Yes. Good job. You moved up a few divisions, but that's way easier than fighting the killers in your own division. I can move up because I have a built-in excuse. It sounds so great. Look at what he's done. He moved up. It's cool. Challenge yourself. It's great. But you got work to be done. Or give up the belt. Like, these guys
Bruh,
deserve their opportunity.
This the only
for the
world
sake
where
of
you
boxing.
clear the division and they forcing you to clear it out
Clear?
twice.
How do you clear the division? You
Homie,
ain't fought nobody in the top four.
homie, you getting mad free time here. You know, I'm not saying you are one of them. I'm saying I'm generalizing. When Earl took the belts from champions, he was glorified. Don't do that. Don't be a hypocrite fan. Canelo took the belts from champions, homie. Like, you want to say clear out what? Clear out what? He cleared out the division by beating the champions of the divisions. Like, this is asinine. You don't clear out the division by beating the contenders and the prospects. You clear it out by beating the fucking champs. And if he's sticking around, he's gonna fight the up and coming contenders that mean something, like a Benavidez and a Munguia. When they mean something, Munguia just did 10,800 tickets, man. Canelo doing 70,000 tickets with Billy Joe. Like, come on, man. Don't rush me to do business with motherfuckers that ain't ready to do business.
It's not a fair comparison.
It ain't.
Not a fair comparison.
It ain't. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. It ain't a fair comparison because you want him to rush to do business with Benavidez that, you know, have we gotten the last pay-per-view numbers? Like, come on, man. Y'all got to make shit make sense, bro. Like, look, we talking Jaime doing it better than Canelo. Dude's still talking Canelo Benavidez. This is hilarious, man. Did y'all watch the fights? Don't let your whole call just be about hating on Canelo. There was some decent fighters on this card. Nobody talked about Picasso. This is what's wrong with y'all. Y'all don't watch fights. Then, when Picasso gets in the ring with somebody, man, look, who this bum, man? Dudes be fighting nobody, man. Because y'all don't watch fights, man. Bunch of bitter fucking boxing fans. Y'all not even boxing fans, bro. Because y'all don't watch fights. Fucking a call for the good fights. Decent prospects, showing out, knockouts. People actually got knockouts, and y'all still calling to complain and cry about Canelo. Celebrate Munguia that he did it better than Canelo. Running around here pouting, little baby cries, man. Get the fuck out of here. Chad, what up?
Hey, good morning, Ness. So first of all, I need like double crow. Can you do it?
Yep.
Hit me. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. All right, that's what I get. I called in earlier this week. I want to first say shout out to Baby Joker, because he pretty much, I don't agree that Ryder's a Euro bum, but he was pretty much bang on with that fight, Munguia Ryder. First of all, I want to say Fox and Fulgham. Like, this is probably the fourth time I've watched Fox, his last like 4 fights. Like, every time I'm seeing him, I can't figure him out, but in a good way. Like, I'm sure a lot of people thought that fight was really boring last night, whatever. But the truth is, Fox is like mega crafty in there, man. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was there to definitely give rounds. It got to the point when they started getting tired later in the fight, it got to the point where it looked to me almost like Fox was not only in control a lot of the time, but he was not taking that extra step to actually try and win the fight. And I'm assuming that's why people were booing. Like, it looked at points like, to me, he should have been given a way harder look to be hitting and really going at Fulgham, rather. So I loved it. I wanted Fulgham to get rounds, but that part of it, I was like, but I realized too, like, just the way Fox fights in there, it's just like weird style he's got. He'll like go on the ropes. He's almost like playing possum almost. And then he'll just explode off the ropes. Bam, bam, bam. Really accurate too, right? So when he fought Beck, I really misunderstood him as a fighter after watching the Beck fight. Let's just put it that way. because a different guy showed up last night. And the size difference I thought was really jarring. I didn't see the weigh-in between those two. He looked like a light heavyweight, easy. I mean, he made Fulgham somebody in my mind I thought was a bigger guy. He looked really small next to Fox. So I liked that fight for what it was, and for really hard rounds for Fulgham. And he looked frustrated at a few points in that fight. So I'm sure he's going to take away a lot from that. So good for both of them, really. And then for the main event, I mean, Munguia looked great. I'm going to say it. Munguia looked great. He's an exciting fighter. And for that reason, I think a great match for Canelo. Do I think he deserves a Canelo fight? Different conversation. But if we want somebody in there that's just going to give a look to Canelo that forces some action and forces a fight, I think Munguia could be the guy. I don't think he can beat Canelo, but who knows? Who knows, really? When we were talking about a few months ago, actually when Beck fought Fox, remember the rumors were that Carlos Adames was being considered for Canelo. And I thought that was kind of funny until I saw Adames kind of post in Twitter something that sounded like he was kind of confirming it without confirming it. So if we're looking at guys like Adames for Canelo, then surely Munguia's got to be an option. I mean, how is he not? I mean, after that, it's funny, man. Like that Carlos Adames rumor was going on, and after the Bully fight, I was joking with people like, yeah, man, Canelo should fight Beck the Bully. And then the more I was saying it and joking about it, the more I started realizing, like, shit, is this a good idea? Like, is this actually who he should fight? Because frankly, a lot of the options they just sound flat to me. I mean, maybe it'll produce a good fight, but it doesn't excite me. But I think someone that's going to bring that energy to Canelo is what that fight needs.
That was the bell seconds ago. I was trying to let you wrap it up. Johnny Thunder. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up while we wait for the next caller to connect.
Hey, Ness, what's up?
What up?
Ness, how long do I get to talk to you? How many minutes before that bell?
3.
Man, to be honest with you, I reckon I deserve like at least 10 minutes.
Whoa.
Can you organize that?
Yeah, send me a couple bucks, man.
How do I send that? How do I organize that? Because I'm calling from Australia, man. I'm dedicated. It's fucking late at night.
So
and you're going to give me 3 minutes? Is that it? That's not cool.
I mean, that guy just called from Canada. Shows international.
Who cares about Canada, man? Nobody cares about Canada. Come on, let's keep it real. Anyway.
You're crazy rude. That's crazy.
Munguia. Look, I give props to Munguia. He looked better than ever, okay? He looked great. But let's not start capping, Ness. He doesn't deserve the Canelo fight for beating up John Ryder. Let's not get carried away. Let's keep it real.
Are you talking in general, or are you talking to me directly? Because I'm
talking to you because I think you're going to start capping Ness. I've heard you talking.
Dude,
you're pumping up. You'll be pumping up these fights.
Dude, remember that I'm here campaigning Berlanga, Munguia, man. Come on, you got to listen.
That's fantasy.
That's how you
They're not going to go after Berlanga, man. They want the big cash.
That's how you lose time.
Oscar wants to cash out.
You're losing time on your call by arguing with me things that I didn't say. This is a waste of your call.
You're supporting Canelo fighting Munguia or Charlo in May. I've heard you before.
You lost time. My dude, I never said Munguia deserves Canelo next. Like, you guys, like, bro, take your time and talk your talk. Like, don't come on here putting words in my eyes. This is the most hilarious thing in the world. Weirdos. What's up, Bougie? Apologies. Counterpunch.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
The guy who just got on the phone, did he send you some money for a counterpunch?
Hell no.
Man, get this nigga. He gonna let this nigga scale me. Anyway, it's your boy Bougie. From Broward all the way to motherfucking Vegas, what it is. Well, Sarasota, my bad. Listen, the card last night, it was more than good. I really enjoyed it. Even starting from the prelims, Golden Boy got some real talented upcoming prospects. I fuck with them. I got 2 of my fights right last night. I took Fundora by KO, even though it was in later rounds, and of course I took Munguia. Now, my boy, the one who really kind of stole the show was my nigga Picasso. My nigga, that Picasso and Ruiz fight, that was a hell of a fight. My nigga Picasso was painting shit out there, painting a beautiful art. And run my free call if I run over Ness. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful painting he did last night. He started off strong, real strong for the first 6 rounds or whatever. He took off probably around 2, but overall his tempo, his he controlled the ring. He changed levels. It was certain points. I guess he realized he couldn't get Ruiz out of there. even though Picasso was throwing them bitches, he was changing levels. He was kind of angling off. He was moving. He was doing everything he was supposed to do to get him out of there. But that Ruiz, that motherfucker there is a steel bender. That nigga is durable. Are you saying something, Ness? Hello?
No.
Oh, okay.
But since you do want me to say something, I just want to remind you, he got injured. That's why he didn't, look as...
Who, Picasso?
Yeah.
What injury he had before the? Well, damn, that's even more impressive.
During the fight. So I personally think he hurt his left hand because we stopped seeing him throw that left hand in the hook or an uppercut, only as a jab. But they was reporting that the corner said he hurt his rib. And then the commentators, they were suggesting it could be the right hand because, he was just kind of...
It was throwing them bitches. He was throwing that right hand. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, I was on the call with the fellas last night. We watching this shit. I say, man, I ain't gonna lie. With these straight 1-2s and the straight right that he throwing, this nigga looking like Bivol a little bit, bro. Like, this man here, bro, like he's really fundamentally sound. He was throwing them straight.
He doing way more than Bivol. Bivol is more up and down and in and out. This kid changing levels. He ducking. He bending at the waist. He got that Canelo fucking waist movement.
And he let his hands go too. Yeah, no, he let them bitches.
That's what I said. Like, I just want to see him not injured because I thought with the amount of combinations he was landing on Ruiz in them first 5 rounds, he would have stopped him eventually, but then he got hurt. So it's like, I got to give him a pass. But I'm not sure he got power though. He got 27.
Virgil Ortiz needed that ref, Ness. That ref that was reffing that.
Because he got hit with a lot of unanswered
ref. Cause that ref he let them boys fade, boy. He let them fade. All right, let me get to this Fundora fight. Fundora, she did a great job. I do see a lot of similarities between her and her big brother, of course. I like even though she had a hard time finishing her food, I like the determination. She didn't quit. She kept pushing. I think the Puerto Rican, she did well. She moved. She was doing a lot of lateral movement in that small ring. I think that's what kind of fucked her up. Fundora, she cut off. She did well and everything. I think Fundora, she need to, when she throw her punches, keep her head off the line a little bit, Fundora. You got to work. I know you got to work a little bit harder. I know you like to fight. You like that Mexican style. You like to fight in the paint. You get what I'm saying? So if you just little critiques, you feel me? She's young. She still got a lot to learn, but I fuck with her, bro. I fuck with Fundora. Like I said, I called it. I had a feeling she was going to get a KO or a stoppage. Some people say it was a bad stoppage. It is what it is, but she did her thing. Now, Jaime Munguia, who I want to see next with him, I wouldn't mind seeing him with Berlanga. I don't want to see Berlanga and Ryder, bro. I think let Ryder go ahead and hang up the gloves, basically, bro. Call it in the sunset, bro. You feel me? I don't want to see that. I would like to see that Berlanga and Jaime. Jaime, he's at that point of his career, he could start getting them big names. And Berlanga could be something that, he's around his age. He got a name, he got a country behind him. That would be a great fight. I'm down for that fight right there. I don't want, as far as Canelo, I don't want nobody to fight Canelo other than Benavidez. out of Berlanga and Jaime, man, I'm going with Jaime, man. Jaime, he just a fucking dog, bro. Like the way that Billy Joe was fighting, like how he was just fighting coming in, bro. Like he just stand on his
John
10 toes.
Ryder.
Say that again, champ.
You mean John Ryder, because you said the way Billy
Oh
Joe
yeah,
was
yeah,
fighting.
my bad. Yeah. The way John Ryder, my bad. The way John Ryder was coming in there fighting, he was getting a little gritty up in there. He was getting a little greedy. Not greedy, but gritty. He was getting a little gritty in there. You get what I'm saying? And I just saw that dog come out of Jaime, bro. Like Jaime, he started bullying some shit. You feel me? And like I said, it was a good card, great card. I really enjoyed it from start to finish. That's my take on it. Great card, man. I'm fucking with it. That's my call.
Good to hear from real boxing fans, man. Real boxing fans. Venom, what up?
Yo.
What up?
Well, I was trying to call in all week last week to get my prediction, but I wasn't able because I was working. But I expected this from Munguia, but see the thing with Munguia, what you and other Twitter narratives that y'all was trying to push was y'all was looking at his resume. Y'all was saying he never fight a southpaw in 30 years. How he's see the thing what y'all fail to realize is he was only 27. What else y'all fail to realize is he actually has a good resume. It might not be the best, the top, but he has some good wins and some good B-level fighters. You know, he only 27. He's already a champion. But the thing is, this is what Oscar does to all his fighters. But besides Ryan, because Ryan's doing his own thing. He likes to give his fighters the experience, that world class experience. So yeah, they get padded records, but he tries to get the experience under their belt. Now, the reason why Sergey Devinchenko in his last fight, how Munguia kind of looked like a little shaky, because Sergey Devinchenko had that Ukrainian Loma style where he's hopping in and out, and he has quick hands. So that was like a bad style matchup for Munguia, because Munguia will always get he always get he wasn't fast enough for Sergey. Sergey always beat him to the punch. Now I knew John Ryder. He has the same body frame, kind of like short, compact fighter, but he don't got the legs or the hand speed as Sergey. So I knew Munguia will fuck him up. And I was trying to say that last week, but I was able to call in. But I do want to see Munguia. I don't want to see Canelo Charlo. So I want to see Munguia Canelo hopefully this May. If not, I already know Berlinga turned it down. So I don't know what Munguia can do. But that's my call.
All right. You know, some callers get confused. That's actually a caller that wants Munguia Canelo in May. You know, you guys need to know who's saying what. We got a counterpunch, though, from Kerry G cutting that line. What's up? Don't forget to smash the thumbs up while we wait for him to connect. When we get to 500 thumbs up on the youtube.com/The Boxing Voice here on our live show, we will open up that live chat for all. Free for all. And Kerry, you might want to jump back in as you're not connecting just yet. And while we wait, okay, let me see. He jumped out.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, the fights are like I didn't have really a high expectation of the card yesterday night, but I was actually like it entertained me throughout work. Had a slow day, so it was cool. I got to just chill outside and watch most of this fight. Picasso, dude. I thought he was really good, but like I said, like, you just got to chalk it up to what they said during the fight that he had a rib injury, so I can understand him not being able to put that torque on the punches like that, because he did. But what I did like that I'll give him credit for like, people are like, oh, he was playing with his food. I think he showed a good job of like, shit we expect from people with more experience, like, shit, I can't close this out like that because I have an injury. I have to literally start boxing, because once he had that injury, whatever, like it was hard for him to pressure, but then he started still landing cleanly and pretty frequently going from the back foot. So you got to give him credit for being able to adjust the game plan. So like that was what was impressive to me. Not the fact that it's like, okay, well, I guess we'll see better from him with not injury. We got to see, how does he fight with an injury? We know all these fighters are going to have injuries throughout their career. Like, look how you have to train by injuring themselves, like, to get used to being fucking injured by a person as the game. So we've been complaining about, like, what we've been comparing fighters lately about what they do when they're injured, like, what did Tank do when he was injured? What did Floyd do when he was injured? To now, like, we condemn Shakur a lot. What did he do when he was injured? It's like, this kid who's not a champion was like, I just have to adjust the game to how I engage, not just straight up, well, I'm injured, I guess I'm gonna finesse this and just not engage. Like, so he did his thing with that, and I was impressed by that. Gabriel Fundora, when Fundora like got introduced to us on the last card before the upset he got, they showed a lot of like training videos, little special things with him and his sister, and I have to give her props. This is one of the few women boxers that I've seen train, and they look like they're throwing real nice punches in that training video, and then it just like devolves when they get in the ring. This chick, she kind of like Deontay Wilder. She could move a bit, and then when she's like, all right, I've cut the ring off, I think I got like 2 to 3 seconds, she does that super wide stance that like Deontay does to like plant and really put power in that straight right hand. Like, she did like I know, like, footwork wise, you would like to see her be able to like move more fluid with that shot, but like, she literally plants, super wide stance, and generates and throws in form. And we got to see her also throw while getting hit, and that's what impressed me about her. She would throw while the other person was throwing, get hit, would not pay for another counter punch, would not get hit. And would not flinch and like redirect her trajectory of her punch. Like, she would take that punch from Cruz and still follow through with her shot. Like, she's like, I wasted all this time and expose myself to plant myself and throw that strong right hand. Like, I'm not going to be deterred by it. So like, that's what impressed me about her. I think that chick was well on her way to getting knocked out, even though it was like late, 2 minutes, women's rounds things. But I think the way that fight looked, like any other male fight, when we were like, oh, the ref did a poor stoppage, but we knew what was about to happen. This is the first time in women's boxing I was like, without a doubt, I was like, I know what's about to happen, because them shots still had snap on the punches. Like, unlike Fulgrim, whose snap disappeared.
But that was the last round, though, champ. So, like,
It felt like she was going, no, she felt like she was going out. Like, I'll tell you, look at that stance, man. She's putting that Wilder stance and throwing that right hand with conviction, willing to take the shot coming in to do it. And then she can move pretty well using the jab. I just think she's not good at moving and using the right hand, but it seems like with the jab and the hooks, she's not bad at it, and she has some instinct for cutting the ring. So I'm actually excited to see more of her. Like, she throws just like she be practicing in the training videos I've seen of her. So it's like, I really like that discipline to stay in the moment, what you play for. Fulgrim started out good, but he wasn't like traditionally headhunting to me. I think he was looking for shots, but he was looking for single shots. And like it was just weird. Like I get he had to. It makes sense to me that he had. People were saying like, why doesn't he create more space and distance, which he did. Like I think it was like 6th, 7th round where he started using like distance and catching, and I think he had to go through that ground. I'm really glad Atlantis Fox gave him this really good work because he had to learn how to not get bullied in there. He's going to be encountering this a lot in his career at 168. He's only like 6 feet. We've been seeing a lot of these dudes be like 6'1" to 6'4" up in there. And Pacheco seemed like he's 6'5", not 6'4". That dude just seems long. So it's like if you're gonna want to be a highly touted person and come up against these dudes, then he needed that fight. Like he and I like that he didn't back down. And if he didn't out wrestle the dude, I think he could have lost that fight more so. I think just Lance Fox was too big and in the moment had too much energy early on that he was really able to make it dirty. So it's like he got a good lesson on that, and he won a lot of that wrestling too, like effective like wrestling, like how to get his hands free and stuff like that. Now the problem was he wasn't doing anything when he got his hands free. It was frustrating the hell out of me. Like he'd out wrestle, create space. I'll pay for one more counter. Tell you how fish this. So I'll send you 2 after this. He'd wrestle, create space, and then not throw. Like the right hand would be there, and then he's just like not throwing it. So I think that was a really good lesson for him. Munguia looked pretty well. Like looked much better than that Darianchenko fight. I think he'd just be leaning a lot. Like I liked how he was pressuring and stuff, but it's like he steps up, and it's just like he's kind of like buffering and like not really moving, and then would catch a punch and be like, "Oh shit, I'm in a fight," and then he'd start like landing combos on Ryder. But it's like you do that against dudes like Benavidez or like Canelo who can like super crack with that one shot. That like it's like say he steps up and it's just like he's like paused for a moment and then he loads into Munguia mode and starts going Jaime on them. But it's like that load up, and I see him getting caught in between by Benavidez and getting ate up. I see him getting caught with a really clean, sharp counter from like a David Morrell type deal. I see him getting caught by just like Canelo weaving like a crazy hook at him while he like gets up close and says, "Oh, this is what I want to do." So I think he just needs to be quicker on his trigger if he's going to step in, leaning forward like that against people. It's like, he's lucky he didn't get punished with that with John Ryder because John Ryder looked a bit stiffer than he was in the Canelo fight last year. I felt like he was a bit more fluid in the Canelo fight. But I was surprised by how much I enjoy this card because I think I've been mentally conditioned to not enjoy Golden Boy cards. And like because of like politics shit, and I was just like, no, they did their thing. So I hope Golden Boy continues. Thanks for the calls. I'm gonna send you these 2 counter punches right now.
You the man, champ. Yo, you ain't got nothing else you want to say? You still got hella time left.
All right.
Yep. About.
I think Canelo's in. It's like unfortunate for Canelo because he's at this point where we have all these great up and comers somehow, and when you literally look at it, 168 is crazy now. It's about to explode. It's like Fulgram, Pacheco, Berlanga, Benavidez, Morrell. It's like, and they're all going to seem like they'll be able to like move up together too. And Billy, dude, like, and there's some other some Eastern European dudes as well, like in random cards I just seen around that are now on like the big stage. Like, so we got some good filler fights for them, some tough looking mandatories, for people in between time. Give us some free fights. Like I just think literally none of these dudes, except for like Benavidez, you have to give him as front runner status because of like his age, his seeming age outside of the ring, but just didn't translate to pay-per-views. But like none of these dudes are just there yet to be able to deserve the Canelo fight. It's like, could they get it? Yeah, but it's like, I'm the king at this point of the sport, and I'm on my picky choosy shit. Sometimes we don't like it, but hey, it be what it be. So it's like, damn, they're all almost there. So that's why they got to start fighting each other. I think Pacheco's taking a quick step up. The next months they got to fight.
All right, champ. Appreciate you.
Hey.
Definitely enjoyed your perspective. The last part probably the best. Can 168 be considered a deep division again? Definitely you've made callers like Timboski proud because these names at 68 are certainly international. David Benavidez, Seattle, Phoenix, Arizona, Mexican, Ecuadorian, right? You got Christian Mabili. I believe, what is he, Nigerian? And by way of Canada, Caleb Plant, American, Morel, Cuban, by way of fucking Minneapolis or Houston, where he trains with Ronnie, John Ryder, who will drop from that number 5 position, Eric Bazinian, who will go up because he actually got a stoppage this Friday. So Vladimir Shishkin, he's there and certainly needs to get active, but there, Pacheco, Mexican, Jaime will be moving up after that win over number 5 Ryder. Berlanga that cracked the top 10 of the ring. And then, you got the rest of the division that is out there, like Beck the Bully, right? Bekmatir Melikuliev is Beck the Bully. Who else? I'm not really into Derevyanchenko at this point. After that Jaime Munguia fight, and he's moved up, and he's only been in wars. I don't know. We got William Skull. He's Cuban. We just need to see him, but he's number 1. He needs to fight somebody like a Pacheco or a Mabili. Like, the fact that he's about to get a shot at Canelo. Canelo might be dropping that belt. I don't know who the fuck William Skull is. Like, I've never watched him fight. I've Googled him. I've seen his face, things like that. But, like, bro, I don't know how he got the number 1. Shout out to the IBF. So, I don't know. We might see Canelo drop that belt. Even though the last time he dropped the IBF, he blamed it on Golden Boy and said he never dropped nothing. That it was Golden Boy that, didn't do what he said to do in the ample time that the IBF was, allowing. So we know that they are very strict. So whenever that mandatory comes, Skull will get his opportunity at that belt. Who has it? We'll find out. I'm sure Canelo will do business with him if he doesn't want to drop it because, the business of Skull can't be that expensive. I've went through his resume. I mean, again, God bless how he got there. Who else is there? I do want to see Ryder back. Like, if you can't get Munguia, Berlanga, I would love Berlanga, John Ryder. Just because he's been in there with everybody. He's a good barometer. But this is who Berlanga's fighting, Patrick McCrory. So we'll see how Berlanga looks, and do we actually want to see him back? But outside of that top 10, there aren't, other than the top 10, William Skull, and I'm sure that someone like my good friend, what's his name again? I forget it every time I need to use it. From the UK, you guys know the pronunciation king. He would say Kevin Sajo. I've never watched him fight. I don't lie. Never watched him fight. Vladimir Shishkin, but he is in the top 10. Lester Martinez. This is a sleeper. He was just sparring Bud yesterday. And I guess Andre, look, we forgot, but he did say he wants to go back down. So that won't even count, Andre. I don't know. I mean, if you're Canelo, why leave the division anyway? Everything above you is just more difficult. You stay where you're at, and, not only are you you're always the A side, but, you're not completely outweighed by everyone. You're not giving up all your advantages. I say stay there and defend. You got to give guys like Ponce de Leon credit because, he stood in his division and defended and just kept defending. But if I don't got any counters, we got to go to Khaled. What up?
Yo, Ness, how you doing?
Chilling.
Bet. Yeah, man. So I watched the Jaime. Hey, before I even get to Jaime, hey, this dude Alan Picasso. Hey, ever since you brought him up, I've been on YouTube looking at his fights. I like that motherfucker. How he young? Which weight class is he fighting at?
126, perfect division.
Hell yeah. Is it so he would still be like a prospect?
He's certainly a prospect. He's certainly a prospect.
Okay. Okay, hell yeah. I like him. He long, he rangy.
Even though, holy fucking hell, this kid. I mean, they might be ready to. God damn, it's a shame how many 10-round fights he has. I've never seen anything like this. What the fuck?
How many you got?
Man, I'm gonna have to count. I've never seen anything like this. 1, 2. Let me just make sure it starts there. Yeah, he started from the beginning, basically, bro. This kid's been at 10 rounders, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ever since he made it to 10, he never looked back. He had 1 8-rounder in between. But wow.
And he signed with Golden Boy, right?
I believe he's with Fernando Beltran, but they chose to put him on Golden Boy. So they're giving Golden Boy that option because they also work heavy with Top Rank, but they went the Golden Boy route.
Yeah, but I saw him on some Top Rank shit. Yeah, that'd be good. Hopefully he if he keep winning, he can maybe get in some title contention and maybe fight Esperanza. The dude that just beat the little short motherfucker
nah, too soon. You think already you want him versus Espinoza?
Not yet. I'm just saying. I'm just thinking about good fights. Not yet, but I'm just thinking about long rangy fighters, like in the future, because I think Esperanza still. I'm sorry. Espinoza's still young enough. So, yeah, just in the future, not yet. He still got some more work to do, not yet. But he looked good. I like him. I'm
happy.
I'm going to keep my eye on him. Shout out to you now.
I'm happy you did your research, champ. You earned yourself an extra minute there. Because, dudes ain't watching these fights. Nah, for real. They not watching these fights. And this kid, he shows talent. Like, is he going to get knocked out in his next fight? Who knows? Maybe. But what we seen last night showed me talent.
He got talent. He got that left hook going. He know how to use the jab. He got great footwork. Like, he in and out, long. He got some potential. You know what I'm saying? I like that shit. Okay, with the Jaime Ryder shit, man, Jaime looked good. He looked patient. He looked calculated. He didn't look pressed. He was in and out. He was setting up the right hand. He was throwing a combination. I thought he looked really, really good. Now, Ryder, I don't know. He looked like he lost a step. I think that Canelo fight might have took something out of him, but I'm not saying that to take nothing away from Jaime. I'm just saying that Ryder been in like a lot of wars, and he looked slow. He looked beat down. Like, he didn't look like explosive to me. You know what I'm saying? So you want him to get in there with Eric Berlanga. I think he maybe should let it go, but we got to get paid, feed our families. This is what we signed up for. Okay, if they're going to pay you again, real quick, how much you think Ryder gets paid to fight? If you could just estimate it, how much you think you get paid to fight?
I'd rather see, can I find something on Google, man? I don't even know, man. Ryder been in some good fights, and he beat some good people. He might be getting a decent amount of money because, he got that win over Jacobs, and then he got that win over Zach after that. Then he fought Canelo. I mean, that's
You're right. He getting paid. He might be getting some dough. So he probably not looking to stop. He might be journeyman, because I heard him kind of say, I don't mind being a journeyman type shit. So he might be that dude. He might be cool with it. But Jaime looked good. I think Jaime should get the Canelo fight. Like, he at 168, 40-some fights. I think he should get the Canelo fight. I don't want to see him fight no Bud. I want to see him fight somebody at 168. I think that he'll make Canelo throw some punches. I think that even if he gets, and I don't think he'll beat Canelo, but I think his volume, his activity will at least bring out an exciting fight. Like, a Canelo can't really take his foot off the gas. He's going to have to kind of throw these bitches because Jaime going to be coming. So I would like to see that fight. You know what I'm saying? And then, that's what I want to see. Any at 168, he's in the weight class. That's the fight I want to see. I want to see that fight. And there's the Eddie Hearn connection. Even though it is cross promotion, Eddie Hearn can get it done. I want to see that fight. But yeah, bro, that's my call. I appreciate it. I'm gonna keep watching the 126 pounder. He looks solid. Hey man, I appreciate you loving this sport so much because you put me on the shit. So shout out to you. That's it though. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. Real boxing fans. No crybaby shit. My man watched the fight. But you made me do some Googling here. This is actually a lot of money because we talking fucking euros. But my man made 3 million euros, bro. Let me just do a quick one on that. How much is that American? That's holy fuck. Shout out to Canelo being so generous. Remember he tried to give Derevyanchenko 5.5. He gave Ryder 3.8 million. God damn, 0.6797. Now my Jesus Lord. And that was just the Canelo fight. Homie made a little bit of bread. Before that Canelo fight, he had already made 400 euros, 400,000 euros, or whatever the fuck this is, pounds, for the Callum fight. So that's another $500,000 US. $500,000 US. That's actually $508,359,000.60. So fuck, he been making some bread. And it says he earned a similar amount for his fight with Zach Parker. So motherfuck. And then it says, while Ryder benefits from sponsorship deals outside the ring, the majority of his income is derived from his success in professional boxing, accumulating an estimated 8 million euros in his career earnings. And that was, again, before the Zach. Wow. Shout out to him. So shout out to Khaled that just said, in the post-fight, because I did not stick around for post-fights. But in the post-fight, he says that Ryder said he would continue to be a fighter, which is exactly what Berlanga needs. If Munguia says no, or if Berlanga says no to Munguia, because Munguia would be the bigger fight for Berlanga. I just don't know how we keep that one off pay-per-view, meaning not on pay-per-view. Like, is Berlanga going to do Munguia Berlanga just on TV? And can they afford to do it? Actually, that's really what it boils down to. What is Berlanga going to want, so he doesn't price himself out. And that's why you probably got to do it on pay-per-view so he doesn't price himself out. Jaime's clear A-side in that fight, too. So, it's difficult. I got Keep It Moving Boxing, $2. Jaime versus Langa is going to be like Zepeta versus Josue. Damn. Yo, it's true. Puerto Ricans need to get that back. They really do. RRT Boxing with Mr. A. Salute with another one. $5. He says Ryder is going to become the 168-pound Chisora. Hashtag Hardin. Hashtag Hardin. Face with Hardin smoke coming out the nose, and a face with some more Hardin in the clouds. We got the Axiom, $2. Rosado versus Ryder is the we need. I guess he meant the fight we need. Rosado versus Ryder. Nah. So that's actually, because I know Rosado semi-retired, but we did have him on the show not too long ago. So basically, he willing to come back for that Berlanga fight. So I guess I'll do that. If Berlanga, because we know it would, I ain't gonna front. I got to put the pressure on Berlanga. We know it would be Berlanga that says no to the Munguia fight. It ain't gonna be Munguia to say no. Munguia been in, obviously, with Derevyanchenko, John Ryder. He's got some names to prove that he's been in with tough, decent opposition, right? So if Berlanga says no to Munguia, then we do Rosado Berlanga, passing of the Puerto Rican torch. Eddie got to pay for it. Top Rank didn't want to pay. Berlanga deserves it. He deserves that passing of the torch. You got MVP already going to Puerto Rico. Come on. Eddie got to be able to use the same stadium. Berlanga versus Rosado. and then Munguia can fight someone else. That ain't really our problem. Matchroom's problem is Berlanga. Munguia would have to find someone else to fight at that point. But I do still want that Rosado Berlanga fight. So yeah, I guess Berlanga does have them options. We got to see how he looks again with this guy, McCory, man. Got to see how he looks. But yeah, we going out to the phone lines. We was just on. We going to Gio. What up?
Hold on. I'll be right back. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hold on. Okay, for sure. Okay. Yo, my bad. Okay, so I wanted to ask you about Lester Martinez. What happened to that Lonnie Thompson fight he was supposed to have?
Lonnie was not able to make the weight in time. They may reschedule it. I mean, I hear they don't even want to deal with Lonnie, but Lonnie, somehow Tio backed them. Tio allegedly signed them. Lonnie has been training side by side with Tio. He looks in phenomenal shape. I got, a trainer friend that doesn't train with, Lonnie that assures me Lonnie is in shape. Now, whether ProBox takes the chance to reschedule that or not, I don't know. But Lester Martinez is trained by Bomac, Isu Dieguez, and Red Spikes. And, he was just sparring Crawford yesterday.
Okay, yeah, because that would have been that was a fight I was really looking forward to. A good crossroads type of fight. Hopefully they do make that happen because Lonnie's a good boxer. I've seen him fight before. He's a good boxer. Now as far as the Jaime Munguia doing better than Canelo, that's because Jaime doesn't play with his food like Canelo does. I swear Canelo carried Charlo. I'm pretty sure Canelo probably bet on himself to win by decision because he could have easily knocked that fool out, especially after he dropped him. I was pretty mad about that because I had Canelo by knockout, but that's just my theory on it. Also, Oscar Collazo looked really good. Him versus the dude that fought last weekend, Canizales, would be a really good fight. And then one last thing I wanted to get off my chest, I wanted to ask you about. I heard you once say that you don't like giving rounds 10-10, even rounds. And in my opinion, if a round is super close and both fighters it's like 50-50, you're robbing one of the fighters if you don't give each fighter 10-10, in my opinion. If the round really was that close.
The issue for me is if you ain't sitting there with a clicker in your hand, how the fuck could it be 50-50? So you gotta see someone do something slightly more than the other, cause you ain't got a clicker.
Sometimes I've seen a lot of rounds that are so okay. Check this out. This one time, long time ago on ESPN Boxing, Teddy Atlas, they had like this like little. It was like a bar, like a health bar, like that. It was kind of like a health bar, like in Mortal Kombat or like Tekken type of shit.
Yeah,
They put like a little health bar thing where like he would move it when one fighter's doing good. He would move it, and if a fighter lands a big punch, he would move it more towards that fighter. I don't know. I just think 10-10 rounds should be more of a regular thing. That's all.
Yeah, not me, man. I think you on the fence, man. Pick a winner in the round, man. Pick a winner in the round, man. But salute to you, man. Salute to all the real boxing fans that watched a good card yesterday. Shout out to Oscar. I haven't had the opportunity to say this. I wish I would have said this a lot sooner in my monologue, but he gets such a bad rap. You guys are such assholes. No one ever lets anybody forget their past, and everyone is so quick to judge him and his passion, or try to misdescribe, let's say, his passion, man. But I just think Oscar is truly a fucking fight fan. I hate that people try to insinuate that he's doing something other than that when he's showing his excitement, because it's pretty lame. These fights were exciting, and there's many different angles of Oscar, and he shows you true excitement. My man was so into these fights. I mean, the Gabriela Fondora fight, the fucking the kid that I brought up early, and let me go to this fucking schedule. Bro, he was there from the beginning too, man. Like, Oscar was there from the beginning. Like, I don't know. I feel like Oscar's back. I hate to say that because I know Tip was out here banging the drum for Oscar, but like, he's got some passion, bro. Yesterday he showed that. The kid was Picasso. He was off his seat for Picasso, for Fondora, obviously for Munguia, off his seat, bro. Like, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, at one point, he waving off the fight to the ref. So, yeah, man, credit to Oscar, man. Don't let these fuckers bring you down. He out here doing his thing. He shows up to the fights early. You know, his wife isn't going to hold him back. Like, she's there ringside enjoying the fights too. You know, shout out to Oscar, man. Again, he gets a bad rap. But yesterday, him and his team, Bernard, Eric Gomez, whatever matchmaker they're using, this was a solid card. And I watched that shit top to bottom. Let me tell you, I had no clue they were doing these undercard streams, because that David Picasso fight, that shit wasn't even part of the main telecast, I don't think. Or was he the first one? Let me see. Nah, right? It was Gabriela, Fulgham, Collazo, and Munguia part of the main card. This was a 5-fight prelim, bro. Not 2-fight prelims, 5-fight prelim, man. Shout out to De La Hoya, man, you know, because everybody, they love to troll, so Rolly called on some names, and now they change his names. You know, he got some discretions in the past. Y'all don't let him forget it. I don't know. He's doing his thing. What I don't like is that they're reporting Alexis Rocha will be back versus Frederick Lawson. That's whack. I don't care that was a whack stoppage. Lawson was there to do absolutely nothing. They got to do better. I hope the fact that the fight fans will receive that news in disgust makes Oscar and his team change his mind. But salute to Oscar for yesterday, showing, you know, amazing excitement, man. You know, I wish Al Heyman was there to watch his fighters fight and you know, be the face that Oscar's trying to be, because you know the best person to do that is Eddie Hearn. Let's be fucking real. You know, no one drives the vehicle of a promotion like Eddie. But getting to the phone calls, AMG Chamaco, what up?
Hey, what's up, Ness? How's it going?
Chilling, man. Great morning. What about you?
Yeah, same here. Great card last night. Real quick on that, on the Oscar take, I was actually thinking about that last night, that no matter all the shit he's been through and stuff, like, he still has like a fountain of, or a big connect, right? Just through Mexico, through California fighters, Mexican American and Mexican fighters. That's the guy that they go to. So maybe he's not like at the top of the boxing world, right, all the time, but he's still going to have a steady stream of fighters. I don't see that changing anytime soon. So yeah, I think he's going to stay in the game for a while.
I'm pausing your time. It just hit pause. I just want to add to that I want to change that, though. I hate that B-Hop was there, and it just reminds me that he needs to do more like Oscar's doing for L.A. He needs to do more for the East Coast, because I don't want to box him into just Philly, even though Philly is really where he's from. But it's like, you know, you said everything you said about Oscar. Bernard is supposed to be the other figure there, and I would like an addition of, you know, more fighters like Floyd Schofield that are posting that Bernard is in the gym, overseeing them and giving them that mentorship. I just want Bernard to do a little bit more. I feel like Oscar's doing a lot. I feel like again he got a resurgence, but I'm done.
I feel like the more time that goes by, the more they'll get there. I think there was whether we like to admit it or not, there was probably like a racial divide, with what happened with like Oscar and Al Heyman and all that shit. And that's going to take a while to like get a Schofield. He's happy where he's at. And that's slowly going to bring in, more diversity, I think. In regards to the fights, Picasso, he's got a cool story too. He's like a neuroscientist student and shit in Mexico.
Wait, I'm pausing again because that's what I mean. If Bernard was more boots to the ground, you telling me if Bernard comes to your gym the way that Oscar went to Omar Figueroa's fucking high school, you ain't gonna sign to him? Like, I just want Bernard to do more. Like, I get what you're saying that they have this stigma that they can't promote black fighters. So get out there, boots to ground, and change that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I feel you. It's a good take. But he's a neuroscientist student. He's pretty big with the Mexican media too. They're backing him. So I want to see what else he can do as he continues to progress, and get tougher and tougher fights. I thought it was a good stoppage on the Fundora fight. Girl turned around and then walked away. I mean, I couldn't understand why so many people are arguing that. That was a good stoppage. In regards to Munguia Ryder, my knock on Munguia has always been that he just gets hit too much, right? But yesterday he didn't. He was, I don't know so much if it was like defense or just maybe more constant offense. Seems like a lot of times, like I didn't like how he looked in the Deverenchenko fight. It was a great fight, but I was nervous going into this fight for Munguia just because he's been getting hit since when he fucking fought Hogan back in the day, He always gets hit flush. I'm surprised he hasn't been knocked out. I guess he has a good chin, but I want to see one more test before. Well, let me rephrase that. I would like to see the Canelo fight next. It's an exciting fight, but it's not like I really give Munguia a whole lot of chance to beat him. I don't think Munguia beats any of the elite fighters right now. Like I don't see him beating, Benavides. I don't see him beating Canelo. It's kind of where I'm at with that. I would like to see the Berlanga fight. But another thing that I was shocked on the post fight conference, Oscar was calling for the Canelo fight, but not until September. So they're not really trying to push it for May either. I mean, the date makes sense because it's Mexican Independence Day, but I thought Oscar would capitalize on the momentum and want that fight next. He doesn't want it next. He wants it in September. So I don't know if you knew that.
Hell no, bro. It was like after midnight on the East. I went right to sleep after that fight.
Yeah, that's my caller. Good shit.
Appreciate you. Real boxing fans. Here we go. Tip Bellis. Go ahead and hit that thumbs up while we wait for Tip Bellis to connect. If you want to call in, 1-425-569-5241 is the number to do so. Tip, you got to unmute, did you? And he has not. Tip. Salute to the string of real boxing fans been calling and actually watched the fucking card. You feel me? Ain't here to fucking argue. Tip, trying you again.
Yo.
What up?
Man. Hey, stop. First of all, man, shout out to Lewis Crocker, man. I don't know if y'all seen that fight, bro. Dude put on a hell of a performance.
Weight bully. Y'all talk about Earl, call him a weight bully. He literally missed weight, came in 150 for the dude that beat for Isaac. Like, knock it off, man. Stop celebrating that shit.
Hey, man. Hey, look, his opponent signed the contract. He came up in weight. But look, my dude was going to stop. He going to stop being the opponent anyway. He too much of a body snatcher. And look, shout out to Gabriela Fundora, man. I thought that fight was closer than what the scorecard said. It was a good bout. I didn't get to see the other bouts. Jaime, man, I told y'all, Jaime is a star in the making, bro. I said it. If Bud had to fight a Jaime or a Tim Tszyu, which one would you take? I told you I'd take Jaime. Now it's like, damn. Jaime's a bigger name than Bud right now, bruh. Yeah, Jaime's a bigger name than Bud, bruh. Bud would need a Jaime Munguia. Jaime wouldn't need a Bud.
Champ, you see that Jaime did 10,000 tickets, something that Bud does way more than.
Trust me, I know what I'm talking about here. Jaime is bigger than Bud Crawford right now, bruh.
Bro, Jaime tickets probably don't even same price as Bud.
Here's water. Go sit down. Yeah, but nah, look, I'm telling you, if Canelo was to make him and Jaime right now, the viewership is going to go crazy. It's going to do 10 times better than Bud Crawford because Bud ain't got the opponent. You need the opponent. You know what I'm saying? That matters. Yeah, as to what's next for Jaime, man, I don't know. Yeah, we can say Berlanga. I don't know if that'll happen. Honestly, I think the best fight to make for Jaime Munguia right now is Jamal Charlo. I think that's the best fight out there. That's a huge fight. Especially with the way Oscar talking about the Charlos right now. I mean, it's only going to stir up.
Jaime stops Charlo.
You think Jaime stops Charlo?
Homie, you seen all the hands Benavidez Jr. put on Charlo? Is you kidding me?
Hey, listen.
Payday.
I don't know if Jaime
You
stopping
want
Charlo,
payday?
bro.
I know that.
You crazy, bro. Jaime.
I don't know if Jaime stopping Charlo.
What? He can't deal with that activity. Listen, think back to when he fought Derevyanchenko. Yeah, he beat Derevyanchenko better than Jaime did because he got better defense. You know, he was catching, catching, you know what I'm saying? But he still came out of it with a swollen face. And Derevyanchenko couldn't even keep up with the Jaime Munguia. He couldn't even keep up with the Jaime Munguia activity. I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Stoppage is me being, you know, provocative, I guess. He definitely wins. I'm picking him to win. He gonna outwork Charlo, man. This version of Charlo, they ain't even taking that fight. Al ain't let him take that fight next. You crazy? Jaime got way too much activity, both in the ring and output. You know what I mean? There's no way. That's a poll. I want to see that. That's a good poll. Who wins? Jaime versus motherfucking Jamal Charlo. Let me get to some other callers. Tip. I got Drew. What up?
Yo, what up, Ness?
Good morning.
Good morning. Shout out to Freddie Roach, man, Ness. Freddie Roach doesn't change fighters. He just makes them better at what they do and adds a little wrinkles to it. So I'm excited to see Jaime develop a little bit more under Freddie, and it keeps Freddie going. You know what I mean? I'm glad Freddie's still in boxing. That dude, Picasso Holmes from Mexico City, Chilango. Zanfer got them fucking guys on lock, bro. Zanfer is that pipeline to Oscar. So Oscar having that great relationship with Zanfer taking his top guys to him for Oscar to break them into the American market. You're right. Oscar's always going to have the guys. And Bernard Hopkins does need to do more. Bernard Hopkins, honestly, Bernard needs to get off his ass a little and be in these gyms. Scouting, developing talent, you know what I mean? He does need to be doing that. As far as Tip's a little right in the sense of, like, I'm telling you this, Ness. Canelo, when he goes to the taco truck in San Diego this week, they're not going to be asking him about Benavidez. They're going to be asking him about Munguia, bro. That Tijuana versus Guadalajara rivalry, like, it's going to get louder. And if Canelo don't fight Munguia or Benavidez, Mexican's really going to be on his helmet. But even Oscar was saying, though, Ness, Oscar was saying, like, I'm hearing Canelo's fighting Charlo in May, so let's go for September. So I'm a little annoyed we're going to get Canelo versus Charlo, though, Ness. What you think?
I'd rather Charlo versus Benavidez, Charlo versus Munguia. Yeah, I think that, if Canelo's not ready to fight Benavidez in May, he's got to live true to what he already said. Keep letting them fight, and he'll fight the winners. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I'm not telling Benavidez to go fight, but yeah, Munguia can fight Charlo to eliminate another piece on the board. And now Canelo's forced with fighting either Mexican.
He is, but and like you said, I was watching the whole card. Like, I love when Oscar is into it like that because he was up for every card. Gabby did her thing. Guys on the card did their thing. So Oscar is good for the sport. We criticize Oscar when he puts his foot in his mouth, but other than that, who cares? Like his past discretions, bro. Like, can't have it both ways. You can't tell us to not bring up other fighters' past discretions, but then that's the first thing you run to for Oscar when Oscar's like trying to make fights and let's get this work. But you want to see the promoter up there like that, into it, rooting on his fighters. That's good. That's good visuals. It adds to the story of the fight and progressing. But I feel for you people on the East Coast when you're on the East Coast. Staying up that late for the card, bro, like they need to get it right, bro. They need to move these cards along. Y'all shouldn't be up. Y'all should not be seeing main
Eddie
events
got it right, bro.
Yeah.
Eddie about to put Conor Ben on, I don't know, but it's going to be earlier. I don't know the exact time, but it's going to be earlier. Not that he's catering to us. He's actually catering to the UK, no. But that card is going to suit me. It will suit me.
But for real, though, like people on the East Coast shouldn't be up at 11 waiting for the main event. The main event should at least be on by 10. Right,
bro. That shit was on after. I'm telling you, I fell asleep on the Darius Fulgham card, woke up, and I'm like, holy shit! And I put the Jaime on. I'm telling you, shit
Top
crazy.
Rank's the worst at that, yo. Top Rank be having these cards going on past 12 or 12:30. I hope they don't do that for T.O. Jermaine. I hope the main event's hitting by at least 9 o'clock on a weekday.
Nah, man, that's just how they do. They cater to the West. They don't cater to us. They make us wait forever, bro. I always remember the time that it was what was it? Mayweather or Pacquiao? One of them motherfuckers waited for the game. Then Canelo waited for the UFC match. Man, they treat boxing.
Oh my God, that was the Kovalev fight. They waited for Nate Diaz, McGregor.
They treat boxing like the stepchild.
So, which I can agree. Like that's why I don't get why people saying the Saudi shit's bad. The Saudi cards main event, that means it's what? 5, 6 o'clock on the East Coast when you get in the main event?
I was over there for Day of Reckoning, bro. I got to see how it's going to be over here. This shit getting harder and harder, though. I'm telling you, I fell asleep last night. Shit crazy.
Shit, but that's my call right now. I got some counters. If I hear something I want to go back and forth with.
You the man, champ. Let's mix it up. We going back to Discord. H-Town, what up?
What up, Ness? What up, Ness?
What up, Leo?
H-Town, baby. Hey, man, for anybody complaining about Oscar, that's crazy, man. The man was there since the prelims with his wife. You know how hard it is to get your girl to prelims? You know, if she ain't a boxing fan. Hey, he was there for Picasso and Reese. That was a great fight, man. The Fandora and what was it? Cruz was a good fight. I mean, there was really no complaints on this card. As for Jaime, I mean, he looked good, but then, you know, you always have the questions, how much damage did Canelo do to Ryder? And the only thing I didn't like about Munguia was, man, he keeps shrinking down to his opponent. He's 6 foot, man. They look like they're the same height in the ring because he's shrinking down to him, keeping his head on the line while he shrinks down and comes in and attacks, man. He still needs a little work, man. I think he gets knocked out by Canelo. But as far as matchmaking, man, is Zurdo, is he permanently at 175 or is he still messing with 168, Ness?
Nah, bro. Zurdo's at cruiser, bro. He moved up. His last fight was at like a catch weight of 193 or some shit.
Oh, shit. Because shit, I was thinking about shit. We could have a fucking all Mexican September, man. Have Canelo, Benavidez, Zurdo versus Munguia. Have a Guerra de la Tierra, you know what I mean? That shit'll make some money, but I didn't know he done moved up all the way to 190. God damn.
But I was suggesting Munguia, Berlanga, and Zurdo versus Marcus Brown on the undercard.
Oh yeah, that'll make some money too, dude. That's worth it. You know, you got the Puerto Rico, Mexico. Yeah, that's a good idea. But man, I don't know, man. It just Munguia's looking good. He's progressing. Um,
Who you
being with
got?
Freddie.
Munguia or Charlo?
Oh man, whew. It depends what Charlo shows up. You talking about Jamal or Jamel?
Jamal.
Jamal.
And it would be
I don't
next.
know.
It would be next. No tune-ups, none of that. He fought Benavidez and Jaime just fought Ryder. You know, they could go Cinco de Mayo. You know, they don't.
No, that undercard.
What? You said that's an undercard? God damn, you guys are brutal, man. That's an
No,
undercard.
I'm talking about. Well, you know, Cinco de Mayo, you're gonna have to deal with Canelo.
Exactly, but why can't
There you
they?
go.
Why can't they be bold and say we taking it? You was gonna fight him. It was good enough for Canelo. Charlo was good enough for Canelo. Why can't Jaime say fuck that? I want to take that date. I'm just as Mexican.
I'll be a risky business move. I mean, I'd pay for it. I mean, I don't know how much I pay for it, but I pay for it.
Who
You know,
wins? Who wins? Jamal, current WBC Charlo, or Jaime?
Mohia, man. Mohia probably in the eighth, ninth round. If I don't see Jamal, looks like he's just not into boxing anymore, man. And I hate to say that, you know, I'm from H Town, man. They represent H Town, and man, I don't know, man. I got Mohia, man. I gotta go with Mohia. He looked really good yesterday, man. And man, he looked way improved compared to his last fight. He wasn't as reckless, even though he started getting a little reckless when he heard him.
Leo, that's the bell playing the Himalaya. You know we rock with you. We got Ace in the BX.
Yo, what up, Ness? What up?
What it do?
Man, yo, bro, this Munguia and Munguia Ryder fight. I want to say two things. You know, I'm pushing 40 years old, and I'm not about to let no like 26-year-old, 27-year-old come in there. You boxing a nigga that's 36 years old. He already been through mad wars, and everybody want to act like Munguia is like, oh, he's the new star at super middleweight. He's only fought two middleweight champions. Every other champion he fought was at 154, right? Nonetheless than that, all of his opponents, he's only had 8 opponents that have more than 30 fights, meaning that they have ring generalship and experience to be in there and, you know, deal with somebody that's supposed to be a star. I'm not taking nothing away from the man. I think he's a warrior. He's not ready for Canelo. We need to see Carlos Adames. That's who everybody's forgetting about at 160. I'm from New York, so you know my man's from the Heights.
Yeah, but this 168, Munguia fighting at 168.
I know.
Canelo at
This is one,
168.
but hear me out. I'm gonna make my point, Ness. Because they saying Charlo Canelo. Charlo is a 160 pounder. He's ranked number 3 at 160.
But he
right?
also fought a catchweight in
Canelo
his last fight.
He's not ready for Canelo. Say that again?
He also fought a catchweight in his last fight, so he's making the move up. He fought like at 165, I think, or 63.
Yeah, but that was his first move up, and look at who he fought. He fought Benavidez, Jose Benavidez.
For sure, I'm with you.
You know what I'm saying?
But it's a fight that the public been wanting,
sense.
though. They've been wanting Charlo. At least ain't nobody asking for Carlos Adames. And then think about this. Think about this.
Adames, because they was talking about Adames. Remember earlier, what was it? Late last year, they were saying Adames had the Canelo fight. What happened to Adames having a Canelo fight?
Yeah, that was fake news, man. They used my man Broadway Joel.
Yeah. Joel out in Brooklyn. Yeah. You know, but I'm not taking nothing away from Munguia, man. I just don't like. I look at everybody record, and I want to see, like, have you actually fought competition, or did you do what the typical Mexicans do? And I'm not being no racist or nothing, and I ain't hating on
But wait, are you
Chavez
saying you don't think Munguia's fought competition, or you don't think he's fought what are you saying before I give you an answer?
I'm saying that I'm saying that Munguia hasn't fought competition to be like, oh, how does Munguia get the Canelo fight over Benavidez? That's all.
Okay.
That's what my point is.
Okay, that's your point.
How does Munguia get the Canelo fight over Benavidez? Munguia has not fought anywhere near the competition that David Benavidez.
So who do you want to see him fight? Because I'm not saying he deserved the Benavidez fight. I mean the Canelo fight. But I'm I want you to tell me what you thought of the performance and who do you want to see him fight?
Okay, but look, Munguia could fight. He could fight Morrell. He could give Morrell a chance. I know Morrell is down there on the list. But he could give
Wait. Hold on. So you want him to give Morrell a chance, but you don't want him to take the chance you know he got as a natural born drawing Mexican, because he drawing. He doing triple the amount of ticket sales of Morrell. So you want him to give Morrell a shot, but you don't want him to take his natural shot at Canelo because you don't think he ready. But somehow Morrell should jump the line?
Okay. So next, when we talking about the business of boxing, yeah, go ahead and get that money. But when we talking about warriors, like fighting, nigga, like, yo.
So I'm more of a warrior.
Canelo's gonna beat the fuck out of him,
So I'm more of a warrior if I lose to Morrell or if I fight Morrell, but I'm not a warrior if I beat Canelo. Come on, champ. You sound a little bit trippy.
No. That's not. No. You misconstrued it. You kind of twisted it a little bit.
You telling me to fight? You telling me to fight Morrell to be a warrior, and I'm telling you I'd rather fight Canelo, beat him, and be a warrior. Like, what's the difference?
Okay. So let's take it up. I gave you the number 9 nigga on the list. Tell Munguia to fight Benavidez for Canelo, and I'm done. That's my call.
You gave me the number. You gave me the number 9. I said the number 10 on the ring. You know, you said number 9. I said Berlanga, and Berlanga gonna move up before Morrell because Berlanga about to have a fight. So Berlanga will be higher on the rankings. PJ, TJ. Excuse me. Talk to us.
Ness, you can come back to me.
All right. Troll Beta, $20 Sweden. Canelo hasn't thrown a combo in 8 years. DT, Canadian $5. What about Haney? Is he a weight bully? First of all, keep in mind I said Crocker miss weight. He's a weight bully. Keep in mind I said, what you mean? Didn't people used to call Earl a weight bully? I ain't never called Earl a weight bully, and I don't never have a problem with anyone making weight. Go listen to my show, which is recorded right here on YouTube and on iTunes and on iHeart. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. versus Andy Lee. Go see what did Andy Lee weigh fight night. See if I had a problem, if I had the same stance all those years back then, today. You make the weight, you can fight at the weight. You ain't no bully. Old boy missed weight. It was a welterweight fight. He came in at 50. Then ballooned after that. You lucky you a super try to timed your ass out. Motherfuckers don't know boxing. I'm trying to tell you, man. What's up with these guys? Days, what up? That's just like that other clown. You there?
That's what it do, my boy.
Straight.
Hey, man, I'm on a little streak right now, man. My prediction's been solid, man. Since I picked Haney to beat that boy Regis, man, I've been on a little streak. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to that boy, Jaime Munguia. You feel me? I think we found Canelo's next opponent, Ness. You know what I'm saying? I do think there's a possibility Big Charlo is next, and then right after that, I think Canelo gonna step in there with Munguia. You know, let's be honest, man. We've seen Canelo ask multiple times Does he want to fight David? He never just straight up said, yeah. Do I think Canelo's scared of David Benavidez? Nah, I don't think he's scared of David. I don't know. I just think Canelo. I don't think Canelo want to put another L on his resume, bro. And I think Canelo knows for a fact that that's his biggest threat. I think Canelo would rather step back in the ring with Bivol in the second fight than get in the ring with David, because David is just he's just a beast, bro. David is just looking like he's the big dog. That's what I'm saying. David Benavidez is fucking niggas up. He's not just beating people, like he's fucking niggas up. You know what I'm saying? Like even if he don't knock you out.
I mean, Jaime didn't just fuck up Ryder. Like, what is we talking about?
Yeah, but Ness, I had that's why I picked Jaime. Even though I told you I never seen Munguia fight, that's why I picked Jaime because John Ryder just you just got beat up for 12 rounds against Canelo, and a lot of people think you did pretty good against Canelo, but he still took punishment in that fight for 12 rounds. He did a good job against Canelo, but I mean after that you stepping in there with a young hungry hungry lion like Munguia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that was a smart move by John Ryder. I respect the courage and the heart, but after you get in there with Canelo and you lose by UD for 12 rounds, you don't get in there with a young bulldog like Jaime. So I knew that was gonna happen, bro. John Ryder, I think this is like his seventh loss. You know what I'm saying? He's 35 years old, and it's about that time, man. I mean, it's to the point now where John Ryder got to decide: is he just gonna be like a gatekeeper? Or is he gonna take some time off, fully recover, and try to go for another run, man? I think I don't know. What you think, Ness?
I think they asked him, man. A caller called in and said that he's cool with continuing fighting and being a journeyman. I mean, my man made 400,000 euros or pounds for the Zach fight, and similar for the Smith fight. No, for the Smith fight, he made that for sure, and then similar for the Zach fight. So it's like, dude out here making good money, bro. And he made a couple millies for the Canelo fight. Berlanga need a name like that.
Definitely.
There's
Definitely.
look, motherfucking Morrell need a name like that. He can still make some money out here.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't mind seeing him get in the ring with either one of those guys. And if we can't get Canelo and David next, I hope Canelo fights Big Charlo so we can get David and possibly Munguia. I think that'll be a big fight, Ness, and I think that fight will be a lot closer than people think. Obviously, I got David pulling it off, but
Champ, that's the belt. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how we just don't Munguia ain't got to sign the PBC. Where's C-Dub at when you need to hear a motherfucker backpedal, right? Because somehow, when you Devin, you got to sign a PBC to get the Tank fight. When you Munguia, you ain't got to sign a PBC to get the Canelo fight. When you Munguia, you ain't got to sign a PBC to get the David Benavidez fight. The David Benavidez and his father already said on numerous interviews they were deep in negotiations. I literally watched KO Artist's interview yesterday where David brought it up, Senior Jose brought it up again, and that's why he said he picked Ryder. Is because, he was basically tight that Munguia pulled out the negotiations when they were so close. He said they agreed to the split. I don't want to mess up the numbers, but I think it was 60-40 or some shit that they wanted. Like, whatever split they wanted, they got. Go listen to the interview, okay? So all I'm saying, man, these little gangbangers, let me know why these guys ain't got a sign. Just let me know why these, because Jaime doing 10,800 tickets, that's nothing. We could Google Crawford. Ben was doing 12,000 and 14,000. We could Ben Google that. So, let's not act like, Jaime's this star that Crawford already didn't show he was, and he was forced to sign. So the narrative, let's just kill it. Let's just kill it. Be like, Ness, you killed it. It's all good. We never going to use that narrative again. I think this is Alex with the name changing and shit. My man be extra bored over there in West Palm.
Buenos dias. Can you hear me, bro?
Oh, this is not Alex. This is Baby Joker. Name changing. New name now. Back call General.
Yo, I don't know why a lot of people are surprised with this performance, bro. I mean, I've been hearing a lot of people call in saying that
your boy
he's
Canelo
act.
didn't do look this good. That's why.
What was that?
We surprised because your boy Canelo didn't look this good.
I mean, I've been telling everybody Munguia was gonna do what David Benavidez couldn't do. David couldn't stop the guy Canelo stopped. Munguia stopped the dude Canelo couldn't. I've been saying this for a long time, bro. I don't know why people are fucking surprised. This kid is good. I don't know if he's like that fucking good, but he's good. He's very dangerous too. Man, he looked good yesterday. The whole card was entertaining, bro. The Picasso dude is really nice. Cabrera too. El Terror and El Rey. What else was Fundora? That was a very entertaining fight too, bro. I missed the last 2 rounds. I didn't see the whole ending, but they were telling me that the stoppage was controversial. Was it?
Only if you don't know boxing. Any person, female or male, that turns around when they get in punched, then continues to walk away. I don't know how you expect not for that fight to get stopped. It's
Yeah.
just part of the
Yeah.
rules.
Munguia, man, you saw him yesterday. You saw how Arizona received him. It's a nice packed stadium, bro.
I mean,
You did
doesn't
good.
doesn't David do more than that in Arizona?
I tried to look at the numbers, but I think he's only fought there once, and then the second Arizona fight was in a smaller venue.
What did Chavez do there with Danny? Right? Wasn't it Danny Jacobs? I mean, obviously you didn't Google that, so I'm not
But they
expecting
fought.
it.
Yeah,
I'm not.
no, I didn't. I mean, it's probably and it's tough to find the numbers really
Mm-hmm.
to see what they did on the gates or whatever. He looked good though, and I do want to see him with Berlanga. I need Munguia to get him the fuck out already, out the way. You know that Puerto Rican Mexican rivalry is not really a rivalry anymore. We stay beating the fuck up. We stay stepping on the Puerto Rican fighters. You know, Munguia's gonna step on Berlanga, and then Xander's eventually gonna run into Virgil. He's gonna get stepped on too. Yeah, bro. Give me Munguia, Berlanga, Munguia, and Billy. I like those fights. I don't think Pacheco's ready for Munguia. And I've heard a couple Canelo super fans said that Canelo beats the fuck out of Munguia. I don't know. Don't know, bro. Seems like this kid keeps getting better and better. He had trouble with Sergey Derevchenko, but Ryder is not that. He is not no fucking boxer like that. He's flat footed. He's right there in front of you to get punched, and that's what he went to do, bro. He went in there and he got punched on. He got punched on pretty bad. There was no way that dude was gonna fucking do anything to Munguia. That's all I got, Ness. Shout out Munguia. Shout out fucking Golden Boy. They threw a hell of an event yesterday, bro. Have a good one, Ness.
All right, champ. All right. I'm glad we're getting a lot of callers that actually watch these fights and enjoyed them because, they were good. They were really, really entertaining, man. Shout out to Gabe Rosado. He did a good job commentating, too, man. He was not bad. He was definitely, I love, the way he shows his excitement when someone lands a good right hand or gets that stoppage, so it's so funny, bro. I've been watching this so long. For some of you guys, having fighters commentate might be common. Believe me, there were episodes of TBV where we would discuss that, some of these officials need to be fired and some of these, jobs need to be filled more and more with professional boxers that are retired. Some of these fighters, obviously, being a referee might be beneath them, but I would beg those fighters that never been world champions to go and apply and become a referee and fill some of these positions. But again, even though we had George Foreman and we had your Roy Jones, it wasn't as common as it is today. we used to beg for them to do what they're doing now, which is, uh, kind of rotate fighters as commentators to help build their profile. These were things they weren't doing years ago, man. And it's like I tell you, man, they're listening. They're listening. And little by little it's changing. I just hope that we get an ultimate, version of this sport before I fucking die, eh? You know what I mean? Adrian in Wisconsin, what it do?
What's good? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, all right. Yeah, man. Last night it was a great card. I mean, I don't really tend to get off of work too much, so last night I was actually able to sit down, you know, chill, watch the fights on a big TV, not from the cell phone while I'm working. It was a great night of fights, man. I don't know why other promoters can't put cards like this together where all the fights were good. Like even that 105-pound fight. I mean, I'm more invested in that because I got a 108-pound fighter, but that was a great fight. It was entertaining. I just wish we had more cards like this. Munguia, I think, did what we wanted him to do, but at the same time, here's my thing. Let's not give Canelo an excuse not to fight David. All right. I like Munguia. He's a good fighter. He's exciting to watch, but the next fight for Canelo needs to be Benavidez. I'm not really accepting anything besides that. Like he keeps giving us other shit, but he needs to fight Benavidez. I think Jaime Munguia is a good excuse not to face who we want him to face. So he can sit there and hide behind that. You can build it up as a Mexican rivalry all you want. But all it looks like to me is a duck move from Canelo because he don't want to fight Benavidez. So I hope I don't see Munguia Canelo, and I don't want that talked about, to be honest with you, as a fan, because I want the fight that I really want, not the one that seems appealing right now, less than 24 hours after his fight with Ryder. Gabriella, I mean, that girl, she deserved the stoppage. It wasn't weird, but at the same time, it didn't seem like she had a lot of wrinkles to her game. She's just kind of walking her down, trying to throw some of the same shit. So I kind of hope as she develops with having that height and that frame like that, because she's got them Deontay Wilder stick legs, that she develops a little more style as they go along. But that's my call on this. Man, it was a great card. I mean, shout out to Oscar De La Hoya for putting it on. And let's hope we can see more cards like this that don't cost us $80. I'm not saying this was necessarily pay-per-view, but like if I had paid to watch this card, I wouldn't be mad. We need more cards like this that are free and not some of the BS that they're giving us on pay-per-view. But that's my call on this.
Appreciate you, champ. Appreciate you. We got. I'm gonna go with what is this? Yeah, man. Is on the GOAT. We going with the GOAT, so I don't ruin your name, champ. Unmute, champ. Going once, gotta unmute. There you go.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's me again, man. It's me, the South African again, homie. What's up?
What's up? How do I pronounce your name, champ? I just don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, it's Kenwell.
Kenwall? Kenwall.
Yeah.
Kenwall.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to me, champ.
How you doing, man? How you doing?
All good.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I want to talk about the Munguia fight. Munguia, Jaime Munguia, sure, he looked impressive. Looked very, 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 very impressive in this fight. But right now, I have to be honest with you. Woo! It. Oh, is it the start?
It is the start, my brother.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. As I was about to tell you, number one, Jaime Munguia is not gonna last. In my opinion, right, against most of the top fighters in at 168. I think Christian Mbili, I think David Morrell and Benavides will beat him outside Canelo because sure he did make minor adjustments to his game from his last fight against Devinchenko, but I still think that he's not well polished enough. And I think he's a little bit, and his record is a bit padded in my opinion.
Whose record is
And
padded?
also Munguia.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna like I'm a huge boxing fan. Like I've
Yeah,
been watching boxing for like
isn't Derevyanchenko a common opponent with Jamal Charlo and Gennady Golovkin?
yeah. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Because let's be honest, I feel I feel like if Devinchenko was in his prime, he would have kicked the ever living crap out of Munguia. Like I'm gonna be dead as honest. I think Caleb Plant would also kick the crap out of him because number one, he likes defense. And don't forget, he also even this other kid, I can't remember where is he from. He's from Australia, New Zealand. I can't remember in like a couple of fights ago, right? That kid got robbed, and his skill set is not all there against the top boys, man.
Who you talking
I
about?
have to
Dennis
be real
Hogan?
with you,
Dennis
man.
Hogan? But that was a long time ago. He's
Yeah,
developed since then. That's the whole point. He's developed. He needed these fights.
I
After
know,
that, they seen that they needed to, work on things.
I know. I'm gonna be honest. He did make. I'm gonna give Mungia credit. He made slight adjustments, but in my opinion, and I'm gonna say to all the American fans, this guy is a hype job. I gotta be honest. And yeah, I think the fight for him next should
Wait a
be.
minute. Wait a minute. How
I'll
could you be a
say
hype job if you just did better than Canelo? Like Canelo didn't stop Ryder.
I know that. I know that. I have to be. I'm just. That's just my opinion. It's my opinion. It's just like I'm not being offended to anybody. But let's be honest. This guy was already shot to pieces.
Shot?
You already.
Bro, he just
Yeah,
beat
you in my.
Jacobs. He beat Jacob Zach Parker, lost to Canelo, a Hall of Fame. Yo, wow. Shot. Wow. All right.
Yeah, that's just my opinion because he's already at the tail end. Because I think he would have given him a harder fight. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not really high on India. I don't hate the guy. I don't despise him. Oh yeah. Like my time is almost up, man. Like I don't really despise the guy. I don't despise him, but hopefully I want him to get a step up, man. See you guys.
I don't know. We just so different, you guys and myself, right? Like I'm sitting here asking Jaime to fight Berlanga, and if Berlanga doesn't want it, Berlanga to fight Rosado. Rosado has how many losses, bro?
A shit ton of losses.
Exactly, bro.
A
Like
shit ton. A
you
shit
talking
ton.
about Ryder is washed. Like I would watch Ryder versus Rosado. You know what I mean? Is Ryder washed? Okay, who wins then? Battle of those two. You know what I mean? Like, bros. Look, I still wanted Wilder to fight Zhang. Just keep that in mind, man. You dudes, you guys throw your fighters away so quickly. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had my fair share and days of calling for retirement, but after a couple days or hours, I always come to my senses. Guys like AJ prove me wrong when you, and even Wilder for that matter. You call for them to retire after a certain fight, and they come back and they're able to do better. But we got to stop throwing them away, man. Who we got here? Burrow City E. What it do?
Talk to me.
What it do?
I'm gonna be real, man. And I came in late to the fight. I came in like I missed every damn thing, bro. I came in late as fuck. But I gotta keep that shit G-ness. I gotta keep it G, man. Make McGill look like he got slightly better with his patience, slightly better with his punch placement. I still see the same old Munguia, man. I didn't see nothing. I feel like his neck, like he should be looking at 3 opponents and nobody else for us. All this mobility stuff, that's a little too low. It's either Charlo, Plant, David Morrell, somebody on that level, that or either Demetrius Andre. I feel like if Caleb Plant can get his stamina under control, Caleb Plant box circles around Hyman. But I feel like he go gas out around the 9th attempt, so Jaime might be able to get the stoppage. But that would be a great win for him. If you could stop him and David couldn't, that'd be, because I felt like he got better after the Canelo fight. You can say what you want, you get better after a loss sometimes. It's just the truth of it all. Sometimes you get better, sometimes you get worse. I feel like Charlo with one more active fight in the next 3-4 months and then go into a Munguia fight, I feel like Jamal would beat the shit out of Munguia. He's too easy to get hit.
So why you asking for another tune-up? Jamal the one with more experience. He the 2-time champ.
But we just went through this for Wilder, man. One fight in, I don't know, 2 years or whatever, 2.5 years. That's just not enough,
Wilder
man.
had one round. That's different from what we just seen Jamal
That's true.
have.
That's true. But I feel like he still need to get in there with a 68 pounder, somebody who really
Munguia 68 pounds. Take the kid gloves off, man. My man ain't make a defense. He won't vacate the belt and let Adames be champ. Now you putting the kid gloves on because I want him to fight Munguia. Come on,
No, I
man.
want him to fight. Don't get me wrong, and I'll pay for another car if I run over. I want him to fight Munguia. I just want him to put his best on display. That way. If you feel like, now, do you feel like he could put his best on display right now in the next fight? Or do you feel like, honestly now, do you feel like he should get one more fight and then look for a contender?
Well, you said be honest. Honesty is this: shit or get off the pot. You holding up not one but 2 divisions, man. We want you to fight we want you to fight at 68 and fight at 60. You either gonna fight Adames or fight, some of these guys, but all of a sudden we gonna let him get a Canelo fight. So
I got the fight for the extra call too.
He good to fight Canelo and May, but he need a tune-up for Jaime Munguia. Make it make sense, and man, stop protecting the lion, man.
For me, I'm not protecting him. You don't need that. I'm always with throwing him to the wolves to be 1,000. Like that. That's always been me. I just felt like if I would give him a better chance to win. Now with Demetrius Andre, I feel like I give him a tough fight. Catch him with some hard shots, but I feel like he could beat Demetrius. You just got to give him a realer fight. You see what I'm saying?
A realer fight. Jaime too real of a fight. Yo.
No. I'm talking about give Jaime a real fight against Demetrius Andre. Against Demetrius Andre, Charlo, any of those guys.
Bruh, he just fought Ryder.
I'm talking about before he could get a shot at like Canelo.
Ain't nobody. I don't need him to fight Canelo next. That's not what I'm calling for. I don't care. I
heard him motherfuckers they was talking like they want him to fight Canelo next. Like he should have a shot at Canelo.
Yeah,
I feel or either David for that matter. I feel like he need another win for he get a shot at either one of the 2 top dogs, man. You got to at least take out 3 or 4 for you just shoot the 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't know, man. My poll looking like people think Jaime stops Charlo.
They think he stopped Charlo.
Stop,
bro. I can't, man. Nigga, I'll bet on that. I don't give a damn. He ain't stopping Jamal. He ain't stopping Jamal.
376 votes so far, 38 minutes. The poll been alive. 41% believes KO Jaime Munguia, 14% decision Munguia, 17% KO Jamal, 24% decision Jamal, 5% I don't want this fight. Y'all.
What about Jaime and Morrell? What about Jaime and Morrell? I think right now David Morrell beats the shit out of Jaime.
I ain't do that poll because Jaime ain't looking in no rearview mirror.
That's true. That's true.
Jaime sell 3 times
That's
the
true.
amount of the
That's true. I'll
tickets
give
that
you that.
Morrell
That's
sell.
true.
Why he gonna go fight Morrell for when people calling in for him to fight Canelo, but he gonna go fight Morrell? Y'all funny.
All right. So put a plan up. Put a poll up. Plant Charlo Andre. Which three they want him to fight next? Let's see. I swear, man. I think right now, I think Jamal. I like Jamal over him, even with not having one more fight. But I think one more fight, and I think Jamal beat his ass
Nah,
for sure. For
you
sure.
ducking, man. You ducking. You making excuses for your favorite fighter. You want him to get
No,
one more
no.
tune in.
Charlo ain't my favorite fighter. I just think he'll win the matchup.
Nah, we ain't know. We ain't know he was your favorite fighter till today. Today is when you
Chill
started
out, man. Don't
protecting him.
fucking do that, man. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. When I said Wilder needed another fucking tune up before that Parker shit, I ain't heard nobody say nothing. Wilder ain't my favorite fighter.
Well, I ain't remember that.
Yeah, that's my call, man. I'm about to see that fight, though, man.
Counterpunch numbers. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and smash that thumbs up because you're a real boxing fan. You watch this whole card. We are over our requested 500 thumbs up, so we did open up the live chat to all trolls and people alike. Numbers, is you with me? So last caller was Burrow City E. He wanted me to make a poll for Plant, Benavidez, and Demetrius Andre for Jaime next. So I'ma just go. I'm not before I can make that poll. We gotta ask C Dub. Do Jaime need to sign a PBC in order to get a fight? Cause I don't want to make a poll for no reason. You know, y'all keep asking for these cross the street fights, knowing that they gotta sign to. They gotta get down and lay
90
down.
seconds.
What
Mic
up?
check, mic check.
1 2 1 2.
What's going on, man? Shout out to the hardest man working in boxing. I appreciate that getting a little boxing before the NFL today, and appreciate your hard work, man. I want to
Thank
say
you, brother.
I think,
Thank you. And thanks for tuning
of
in and
course,
calling in. You know, if it ain't no callers, it ain't no
shout out,
show.
shout out to TVV, shout out to the back call. All right, man, just link them together because I gotta go run some errands and shit after this, but I'm gonna be listening. I think something for the casuals to keep in mind, even the casual hardcores like myself. Uh, I think y'all shouldn't have an opinion on a fighter unless you've at least dissected or watched with your full attention on a fighter before giving an opinion. Because Jaime Munguia has been this mouth open, Eli Manning esque offensive machine, bro. Whether like this previous caller from South Africa, right? Uh, that was the argument against Munguia that he was cherry picking his opponents. He was being fought with kid gloves, but he destroyed everybody, or not destroyed, but he beat down on everybody. Derevchenko was probably his first step up in competition, but you know, if I were to put it for the casuals in a video game, he'd be like a 88 to 92 offensive rating and like a 70 73 defensive rating. So he's at this point, and I don't know who said it, but shout out Freddie Roach, man. I forgot the name of the caller who said it. Shout out Freddie Roach. I just wish they would stop showing him on TV. I just wish they would stop interviewing him ringside because his mind is sharp. But like, bro, we can hear um, how the time has affected him. You know, I love Freddie Roach, nothing against him, but I just think it's time to pay him a little bit more respect and not letting him be shown like that. You feel me? Um, and you know, again, this is for the casuals. I think even though it's interesting, we're more likely going to get, and I would pay for it. It's pay per view for me, because I'll pay for Munguia, man. Munguia got that juice. Munguia had that stadium rocking. You know, we had Gasolina playing. It's different at our fights, at Mexican fights. You feel me? Like there's juice in the building, and not everybody's just standing around trying to look cool and shit. People having fun. Like NFL fans think they the ones that they're the gladiators and they in the Coliseum and shit. But boxing fans, we in the Coliseum, bro. We're that new era or that new manifestation of entertainment, bro. We just not fighting with swords and shit. But I would see Munguia with Berlanga pay-per-view that bitch in London. Because he's still young, man. He's 27 years old. Put that shit in
Whoa,
London,
whoa, whoa!
pay-per-view.
Why, why, why,
Hold up, Ness. Put my shit together.
why
Yeah.
Munguia Berlanga in London?
Because Mexicans, we gonna go wherever, man. We're everywhere. We gonna be there. You see the World Cup every 4 years. Don't matter if that shit's in the Middle East. We there, baby. Puerto Rico, maybe New York. We there too. So I just give the London fans some treats, man. Like I like
What?
that the London atmosphere. I like the London because Berlanga's with Matchroom. So we got Eddie Hearn, wheeling dealing over there. Like why not? That would solve a lot of the issues with the time zone. And I like the London fans, man. I think we need to give them more fights over there. And Berlanga and Jaime are young in their careers, so it's like, why not? Why not go fight over there? Why not have that rocking atmosphere? Because, like I said, right, Berlanga's with Matchroom. Munguia's with Jaime. So I don't see, and I'm gonna say it so that C-Dub don't gotta say it, lay down or get down. Why would PBC not maximize their various multiple fight deals with Canelo, Crawford, and Benavidez? I don't want to see Canelo Charlo, man. I don't want to see it. I'm not gonna pay for it. That'll be the first Canelo pay-per-view. I'm not gonna pay for it. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna pay for it, man. Because Jamal, I only want to see Jamal fight Plant and get that shit out the way. I ain't trying to see none of the Charlos right now. They from Louisiana, man. They not from Houston. They rep Houston, but they from Louisiana. Let's keep it a buck. They don't like to rep Louisiana for whatever reason. They from Lafayette. That shit been out there, and so I don't want to see Canelo fight anybody else besides Benavidez and retire like outside of the PBC deal with the fight in Mexico against a Mexican. Deal fight happening. Um, I don't really see any other Mexican fighter, Mexican too, born and shit, proper Mexican, as Baby Joker likes to say, that would deserve that sending off, that passing of the torch. So I just don't think. Again, Berlanga, Morel. If I were Jaime Munguia's manager, I would have told him campaign at 165, or you know what I mean, just clear that because that division is fucking whack, man. You got Chris Eubank ranked number 1 on Backtrack, like, bro, you should have cleared that shit.
Jaime
But
is
if
at
he's gonna stay up at
168, bro.
168,
There's no
then
such thing as
I think
65, bro.
Canelo, like when you listen to his interviews, he's almost like offended that people would disrespect his career and be like, haven't I given you the fights y'all wanted? Everybody that y'all say I'm not gonna fight or I'm scared or blah blah blah, and I end up fighting them and beating them. Except, well, I don't really know who was asking.
Champ, that's the bell. I think he wasn't hearing me, but I don't know. Maryland, new caller. Who's this? You?
Hello, can you
Yes, sir. Who's this? What's your name?
hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my name is Muhammad from Maryland.
Muhammad, talk to us. Take it away. It's on you.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Jaime he had a good fight last night. I actually unfortunately missed it though. I fell asleep, man. I was watching it in my bed. I fell asleep right before the main event, but I woke up and watched the highlights. Jaime, he did some good things. He was aggressive, but not too aggressive at the same time. So I think he did good. As far as his next match, I don't want to see him fight Jamal. I want to see Jamal fight Caleb. I think the last caller said that. I think that should be his next fight. But for Jaime, I don't know. I can see him fight on a couple of guys. I think Berlanga should be his next fight. I think that's the best fight. I don't care where they do it at. I mean, I'm from Maryland, so I really don't care where they do it at. So yeah, I think he should fight Berlanga. I think that'll be a good, exciting fight. Two Hispanic, Latino fighters fighting each other. Yeah, I really want to see Jamal fight Caleb. I don't know who will win between that. I do not want to see Canelo fighting Jamal. I think that'd be a bullshit fight. Canelo's cherry picking, which is okay because he deserves it, but please don't cherry pick Jamal. Yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say. You know, shout out to you, Des. You know, I fuck with your show. I watch it every morning while I'm at work. You guys put in hella work. You know, hella work streaming for hours, like every day, even on a Sunday. So shout out to you, man. But that's all I gotta say.
Appreciate you, champ. Appreciate you. Look, yesterday I didn't even stream yesterday. I wanted to, but I was just chilling, man, watching these shits laying down. That's why I end up falling asleep. You can't watch boxing laying down. That's bad. You're gonna end up falling asleep. Damn, what a view. Give me that. Chad, I see you back. Let me make sure you got that counter. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. And we do got a counterpunch from Chad in Canada. What up?
Hey, man. Got me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so with Munguia, I want to see Munguia fight. I think all the options that are getting thrown around, all the names sound good to me. Whether it's Maul, Berlanga, like what I don't want to see happen with Munguia is nothing. You know, like waiting for Canelo, or we get a bunch of like low-level fights. Now, here's the thing. Here's the rub. I do like that they keep him busy. You know, like if you look at the last couple of years, last year he fought Derevyanchenko. That was it. The year previous, I mean, look, he didn't do much at 160. So that year he fought 3 times, which is great. Guys that I think most people thought weren't, you know, the greatest opponents. Solid, decent opponents, but nothing at that next level. You know, like this is been the trend with Munguia. He'll get in this really great, excellent fight and show us this great side to him. And we get excited. And then he just kind of rests on that, man. Like that's enough to get whatever fight he's trying to at the time. For the longest time, it was Triple G. I mean, I want to see him. Like, let's see this potential 40+ fucking fights. Like, let's go. I want to see Munguia start taking down names. I don't care who it is. And with Canelo as a goal, sure, it's a great goal, and it's realistic. I think that he could get that fight.
Champ,
but man,
I mean,
yeah.
This is why people say you can't please boxing fans. Like he's literally taking down names. His last name was Derevyanchenko. This name is Ryder, and we want him to take down Berlanga. Some people want Charlo. I mean, those are names, bro.
I agree with you, but yes, it's taken almost like 2 years to get 2 decent fights. You know, like I want to see him at least twice a year. And I would like to see a couple good, strong, solid fights, like a Ryder type of opponent.
This is when I use the tank line. I mean, nobody's fighting top guys, right? Like, how many decent fights has Jamal Charlo had?
You're right. I guess.
You know, how many decent fights has Berlanga had? Like which contender is got the decent fight? Like Morrell, the one everybody wants everybody to fight. Who the fuck has he fought, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is how it is. Unfortunately, you cross that bridge when you get to it, and now is that time. I don't know. Munguia Charlo makes even more sense than Munguia Berlanga, but Berlanga is obviously Puerto Rican. So, you know, you got that built-in rivalry, you know, but then you got Charlo that you got the Green Prince. So, you know, lot there. Take an extra minute, my friend. I know I robbed you.
No. I'll just add that you're right. And I'm not trying to say I want every fight to be a banger. That's not what I'm saying. But with Munguia, there's definitely been spells where just the momentum and excitement of what's going on with his career just fizzles. And I just want to see that keep going. You know, sure, he can take whatever you want to call it.
I think that,
you know what I'm saying?
Man, I hate to keep stealing your call. The issue is that you guys want, traditional upbringing to go away. Like he fought Gabe Rosado in America for you, and then he went to, Mexico and Tijuana and fought Demetrius Ballard. I get it. Maybe it's the Jimmy fight that you had an issue with.
No, but what I'm asking is, with that timeline, is that enough in your mind for him to merit a Canelo fight back a year ago, Triple G, whatever? Is that what you're saying here? That you think he's knocked down enough guys in a good amount of time for all that?
I never had an issue with the Triple G fight because at the end of the day, he's a former champ. Even before he was a former champ, I ain't really have an issue with the Triple G fight because that's what Triple G does, He fights the guys that we don't really know until he gets a Canelo fight. So it was just more of the normal for me from Triple G. But at this point, I think that you're just not really looking. Some of these fights didn't go the way they should have, but like Saddam Ali, Liam Smith, Brandon Cook, Takashi Inoue, Dennis Hogan.
But Ness, you going way back with Saddam Ali. This is my problem.
I'm giving you the totality. I'm giving you the totality. I went that far back and kept reading up.
Okay.
I'm going up. These are all developmental fights. Like Dennis Hogan, he didn't look the greatest, but that's development. You learn from that. They put him in the Sullivan fight. That's common opponents with world champs. Like, they developing him right because right now he's 27. If he wins another belt, he's on track for some of the great fighters of our era to be two-time champ within 27 years of age. Like, he's not.
Okay, you're right.
I mean,
I think I'm being impatient.
How old
is that what you're saying? I'm being impatient? We all are. Charlo been a pro forever now, right?
We all are impatient, but Charlo is 33, same age as Canelo. He's a two-time champ, and Jaime's 27. He's a one-time champ, so it's like, slow down.
Yeah.
Gotta go.
I don't know what it is. Okay.
Listen, we're gonna get mad at guys that are active as much as Jaime, and they're not fighting the guy we want. That's just, it's gonna be that. But he wasn't that active, right? Like, he only had one fight in 2023. So let the man do what he gotta do, because he just building. He only sold 10,000 tickets. I mean, that's great. Because there's not a lot of people that can sell 10,000 tickets, but there's a few people out here already selling 10,000 tickets. So he's growing. Let him grow. You guys are, I don't know, rushing. It's funny because you hear people, and I guess it's a PBC thing, right? Like, oh no, I want Plant to fight Charlo because of the smack, but Jaime, nah. Give Charlo a tune-up. So is it because you don't think Plant has power that you're cool with Plant fighting Charlo? Or is it because you think Charlo beats Plant and you don't think, Charlo can beat Jaime? Because why are we avoiding that fight? Best Pit Bull Breeder, shout out to you. Let me educate some of these fans with the little to no knowledge in boxing. Those smaller titles like Continentals, Tall of all the Americas? I don't know. He might have misspelled something because he just put Tall of all the Americas. I don't know. Maybe you're missing more in your count, your super chat, my brother, but you need more. Adrian. Adrian, give me a minute. I got a counter punch here from Drew.
Yo, Ness, this impatient delusion, forgetfulness is hilarious. Wasn't Jaime good enough for Charlo off that long layoff to get sent over Showtime without a tune-up?
Yep.
and then they got on Oscar for not sending Jaime over. So what all of a sudden changed? Now he needs a tune-up, or is it because Caleb Plant is going to tire out and got no punching power that they think Charlo can win? Oh no, we don't need a Jaime after that. What is it? Because I swore Jaime was ducking Charlo last year.
Word.
But now he need a tune-up. Now, Charlo need a tune-up, bro. Like Charlo just had a fight with another Mexican or a Mexican Ecuadorian. I know people don't know the politics out here, but Jaime has that Tijuana, that deep, regular, casual Mexican fan base like Tony Margarito had, with a little bit more flair. He brings them out, and it's like the next fight gonna be even bigger. Whoever he fight, put him in LA. He'll need a bigger venue than 10,000. But the man got 40 fights. Like how far? What do you want him to do? The last caller. Like I don't. We know the formula, and that's we're gonna boxing fans are gonna get impatient. They're gonna say we're not getting the fights we want, but the man just fought. Okay, realistically, who could he fight? Does he gotta wait for the Berlanga winner of that next fight? We know they're not gonna throw him in there with Pacheco. Or is he just gonna take a stay busy fight in Mexico like the last one, or people are gonna bitch about it? Like you told the caller, like, look, that fight in America versus Rosado was for Americans. Then he went back to Mexico, fought for Mexicans. I don't,
And honestly, I prefer that versus being a year and 18 months of inactivity. Go back to your hometown, put on for them, and stay active, stay sharp, keep your weight down. You know.
Keep working with Freddie. Get another fight in with Freddie before your next one, like, because no one's really brought that up. I don't know if I didn't catch the show earlier with you, but like with Cotto, Freddie didn't change Cotto. He just like, okay, let's try this, let's do this, let's do that. Just fine tune the stuff they're already good at. And I want to see how much more he can do with Berlanga, because under Morales is not really a trainer. You know what I mean? He did that as a favor for Zanfer, but who is Morales trained? Like world champions. He's not a trainer. So let's the kid's only, like you said, the kid is only 27, bro. 40 fights. Granted, do I want them to take the kid's gloves off a little bit more? Yes, because of what's going on at what he did at 60. But what caller said he wanted him to fight Andrade? So you want them to sell Andrade coming off a knockout loss to Jaime? When we're just bitching about Fundora getting a title shot coming off a knockout loss? But it's different for Andrade, right?
I mean, Andrade and his team already said they going down. Will they take the Jaime fight? I'm sure they would, because Jaime represents a check. But Andrade and his team said they going down. And at this point,
they going back down.
At this point, I still favor Munguia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I favor Munguia. Maybe I'm high. What's it called? What they call it when you is the
prisoner
endorphins?
Of the moment.
Yeah, prisoner of the moment. Maybe it's that. But I just feel like his activity is gonna give a guy like that issues, especially when he starts to tire.
We saw that, Ness. Andrade don't have the gas tank to go with a pressure fighter like that.
I mean, he could work on his
68.
tank though, Drew. But I don't know. I would favor Munguia. I got another counter punch here from Numbers, so I do got to get to him. Numbers counter again. What up?
Mic check.
Perfect.
All right. Yeah, my bad, Ness. I forget the time on the clock. I just want to make a few more points, man. Like, I was hearing you. I wasn't really arguing with what you were saying, but I want to take a good point on the Oscar note and B-Hop needing to do more, because look, as a former person with substance issues, I can see when Oscar's doing good, bro. Like when he's normal. Like before the fight, the pre-press conference, he looked sharp. He was, you could he's in his right mind. I think people just get on him when it's so obvious that he's yacked out or looks to be yacked out. So I think that's what
Yeah, but how do we know the difference between him being yacked out and him just being excited for the fights that he's putting on? When's the last time someone called in here and said, "Oh, that was a good card. That was this many callers called in and say that was a good card." And that's why I said what I said, because everybody wanted to take his mannerisms for
I
being
mean, I get
coked
it. He's
out.
trying to
It's
make
like, bro,
noise,
how you
but you
coked
can
out?
see,
Because,
bro, his eyes
bro,
were
that's his
gouging
product.
out of his face, bro. Like,
Golden Boy is his
and, you know,
baby,
me, I used
bro.
to play with that booger sugar, man. Like, you can't tell me what that shit don't look like. It might even be something else. It might be Adderall, could be, you know, something like that. But I think that's where the criticism comes in. But on B Hop needing to be like doing more scouting work, bro. Like, why shouldn't we have more East Coast fighters? That's a boxing hub. So, you know, I just wanted to give a shout out for that prop. I didn't even think about that. You know, I don't know what you think about what I said about the pay-per-view fight being in London, like with
Yeah,
Berlanga.
I don't really like London, bro. I mean, I don't know why. You know, he promotes Eddie
With
promotes.
Munguia and Berlanga pay-per-view in London.
You don't hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't hear me. This
Can't
happens
hear you, fam.
often to him. I don't know what's going on with this guy. Are you on a
My
Bluetooth?
mic is on, but I cannot hear you.
Yeah.
My Bluetooth is off.
Yo, you hear me now?
Um, yeah,
Yo.
man. I just Charlo with Munguia. I'm gonna just go if y'all can still hear me. Munguia with Charlo. I don't see Al going across the street with Oscar, man. I see Billy with Munguia. I'll watch that fight, and fuck it, I'll pay for that fight too, because I think Munguia has enough juice in order to do that, to where he's gonna do at least 300K buys. He's got the juice, bro. He's been selling in Tijuana and LA, Southern California for a long time, bro. Like, he's young, but like the last caller was saying, he's got 40 fights, bro. He's a known commodity to boxing fans, bro. Like, if you were sleeping on Munguia, that says more on you than, you know, to the other boxing fans, not you, Ness.
Champ, that's the bell. Thanks for calling in. I'm trying to do a poll here of who Munguia could fight on his network. And it's pretty tough, but we're gonna go with what we got. So Krishma Billy is not on his network, but I do believe they can make that fight because Mabili is with Eye of the Tiger. Obviously Berlanga we have there, and we have Beck the Bully and Diego Pacheco. Also, we have a poll on our community page if you want to vote on what the fuck? Oh, that's Adrian. Adrian, what's up? I see you. Sorry. You're next. Don't let me
No, no
forget.
problem.
Don't let me forget. We also have a poll on Jaime Munguia versus Jamal Charlo on the community page if you want to vote on that. Right now, it's still very, convincingly Jaime by knockout. 40% by knockout. And Charlo only 17% by knockout. I actually like that fight. But go ahead, Adrian, it's on you.
Es todo un placer escucharte siempre.
Thank you.
Hey, man. Beautiful card yesterday. Shout out to Oscar de la Hoya and everybody involved. It was very enjoyable. Even the prelims, the whole card was very fun to watch. De Fundora, Gabriela Fundora, I think it was a good fight. He can improve a lot in some part of her game, but it was overall a good fight. The stoppage was correct. You can never turn your back on the referee. I mean, if you're hurt or something in the ring, just take a knee. Don't turn your back because the judge is gonna interpret that as you don't want to fight. Munguia and Ryder. After that Canelo fight, I suspected that Ryder didn't have a lot less because of that beating he took from Canelo, but it's still a worthy opponent for sure. Ryder is a tough guy and a guy that is gonna be in front of you to take the punches and to throw punches. And I thought it was a great fight. Sometimes as hardcore fans, we do this mental gymnastics and shit that we start to think that 2 + 2 = 5, and then we start to calculate. Just Munguia is a young guy. He's strong, explosive. The volume punches that he throws is a lot. And then we start to calculate, but we start to analyzing the resume and we start to say things about, he doesn't deserve the Canelo fight or this or that. But it's simple. It's simple. Like Munguia show me that he has a lot. He has a lot left, and he's a worthy opponent for Canelo. I think he beats Charlo, and definitely gonna have some tough matches in the future for him. It's a tough position for Canelo because whoever he picks for his next fights, his next two fights, people's gonna say that he's ducking somebody, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. I would like to have that Charlo Munguia fight, but if it doesn't happen, maybe Munguia and Canelo, maybe in September, that Jalisco versus I forgot where Munguia is from. It's a nice rivalry. I think it's gonna be a good fight. But yeah, man, I'm gonna keep it short. I'm about to go to the beach. Shout out to you and shout out to every boxing fan. Shout out to TVV community. I'm honest.
All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's see what we got. C Dub.
Yo, how the audio?
Clear.
Straight, that's what's up, man. Shout out TBV, smash that like button, it's free, do something with yourself. Shout out Ness, you know what I'm saying? The call was good. I mean, couple more warriors, man, to look out moving forward. Some key points, man. Women's boxing for Ndora, man. She making noise. I looked at the box rate to see if she was close to any of the other names I recognize. I don't see any. But hopefully Odessa come back, get back in there. Fulcrum should have gotten Fox out of there. Fox mucked it up, had the younger dude unsure when to throw. But as someone said, when he came back off the clinch, the right left was there. And I don't know if he just was unsure. Or, I don't know. Work on it more. It was, but that's good rounds for the youngin. So, good work. He will learn from this hopefully and be better next time. Picasso, hardcore shit, man. I don't know where this guy came from, but we gonna follow him moving forward. I couldn't even tell he was injured. He was throwing body to head combos. He was throwing the whole fight. He didn't let the injury stop his offense like others we know. I mean, why someone was saying that he was playing with his food, and that's like why they can't give credit to Ruiz chin and his grit. Either Ruiz is a zombie or a live dog. I mean that you could bet the distance on in the future, or Picasso pop not like that. We'll see. We'll see moving forward. But I want to look at both fighters moving forward, man. See what they look. Both look good. I mean, especially Ruiz grit. If anything, Munguia, he outdid my expectations. I need the crow. You still got that sound bite.
You know it.
Yeah, Ryder. Yeah, I had Ryder, man. I had Ryder. I thought it was going to be more 50-50. I didn't know. I didn't have Ryder by much. I just thought Ryder would edge him out or maybe could catch him, which he did a lot. He still caught him a lot, but they were very ineffective. Munguia, I don't know what he owned, but he ran right through Ryder, and he looked very impressive doing it. He outdid Canelo, but people are drunk now. Venom, he's a very underrated caller of the year. Mentioning Oscar developing skills are magnificent, but I mean, Munguia's still developing, like you said, Ness. This is the old school way of developing. This the wilder way. People don't know statue shit. About 40 fights in, 50 fights in. Hardcore shit, man. You got to know this. This is the way you build a fighter. But he was a champion before, and then he took a step back, and then he got back on a rebuild. So now he done fought 2 gatekeepers in a row. Is he ready for a champion
That's
yet?
development. Sometimes you do. Some like That's
Is it?
respectable.
I mean,
I
right?
don't
But
respect
is
a
he ready for a
champion.
champion yet? That's
I
all.
don't respect a
That's all.
champion that keeps the belt and tries to develop with the belt. He don't got a belt and he went and developed without the belt. That's how you do it. You know what I'm saying? And now look, you know, you calling it prisoner of the moment, but people calling for the Canelo fight. I'm calling for the Berlanga fight, the Jamal fight. You know, people calling for certain fights now. So, you know, the development obviously is done because people got to see what they wanted to see.
I think he stole the Charlo fight, or I mean the Canelo fight from Charlo. As you mentioned, he is a name in Mexico, so let's not act like. And I can answer that question for you if you want me, if you could let me.
What?
The reason why he don't have to sign because of his profile,
Oh yeah, I
because he's
really
a
want
win,
that.
because he's a win-win
But what
for PB
profile? But
for
what
Canelo, just like
what
Charlo is a
profile though?
win-win.
But champ, what profile? He only sold 10,000 tickets. Like Bud was
Right,
selling
right.
14, 12,000 on the reg.
It's in Mexico though. In Mexico City is different.
What you mean Mexico City? These tickets were just in Arizona.
I know, but in Mexico City, I think it'll be different. I think his profile, like you said, like people are saying, he's a real Mexican.
So you just saying he don't got to sign because he's Mexican.
He has a profile in Mexico, and people in Mexico maybe believe that he has a chance against Canelo. He's a win-win, and if he will accept all the stipulations, I mean all of them, with a devil emotion. Well,
all of them.
he
You
can. Hey,
hilarious.
ask Ryan, and you know Oscar already did a deal where he was able to work. You know, when he accepted all the stipulations and he was able to get down. He don't got, you know, whatever you want to say, but he was able to make the fight happen. So if you want to make the fight happen and accept all of the stipulations, you don't have to sign. But hey, you want to play hardball, you may have to get down and lay down. That's just what it is. Shout out TBV.
That's sad.
Smash that
That's the
like button.
world
It's
you
free.
like to live in.
I still got Munguia losing to Charlo, Plant, both Davids. You know, but he's still top 5, 168.
You ain't
He's
picking
top
him
5,
over no
168.
Charlo, man. Knock it off.
I got him. He kills. He stay with the zone, man, where you can beat Pacheco, you can beat Berlanga, but go after Berlanga. That's your one. Now he can flip the skit. Now he can flip
It's
the
gonna
script
be
and say
so
he the
many
rabbit.
people
He
trying
can
to
be the
bet
rabbit with the
you.
gun.
So many people trying to bet you when that Charlo fight get done, cause they gonna call it Al cashing in on Charlo. I hope you know. He ain't looked good since I don't know 1982 maybe. Hawk, Maryland. C Dub, appreciate the call. Phone line still open, at least Twitter and Discord. Hawk, you gotta unmute, player.
Yo.
You.
Oh, what up, Ness? How you doing?
Chilling.
Always on? Am I clear?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. Real quick, right after Munguia won that fight, one of the reporters that gave him the cell phone with David Benavidez's father on there, and they talked right there. He put his phone up to the microphone, and they was talking, but they was talking in Spanish, so I couldn't understand what they were saying. That was on Fight Hub, so maybe you could pull it up and see what they were saying. But yeah, he talked to him right after the fight. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it just it don't impress me. Like David is a manager, Jose is a manager, so that's cool. But he need to be calling Fernando Beltran, not Jaime. So anything that took place on that call was more of a congratulations than it was business negotiations.
No question. I don't doubt it. I was just bringing it to attention. But the other thing I'm going to say, the Munguia fight, I called it just like it went. He actually took the dude out. Munguia has been getting better with all his fights. I just been noticing he getting better. But I hear people calling in and saying like he's not ready for this guy or that guy. These are people that really probably never boxed before. Because when you get in the ring sometimes you can get in the ring with a fighter or look at a fighter from the outside and be like, that style, that's not nothing. I can do that. I can get him. And you get in there and realize you can't do shit with him. That's the kind of fighter Munguia is. He's like 42-0. I think 41. So even the fights that were like bullshit fights, he like learned from them. And you can see he got better. He got a little head movement too now. So I don't underestimate him against nobody. It's If you know boxing, you really can't get. It's not like football where you think somebody what they did with a team last week, they can do it with a team next week. No, in boxing, you might look from the outside and think you could do something with somebody. You get in there, and Munguia has proven that. His style is just a weird style, but I like to see him against that boy from Puerto Rico because I know he's gonna beat him. What's his name? The Puerto Rico guy.
Berlanga.
Borderline, yeah. That'd be a good fight too. But I got Munguia going through him. He's gonna realize when he get in there with him. That's what's gonna happen with him. And the girl fighter, what's her name?
Gabriela Fundura.
Fundora. She like her brother. That's the only problem I got with her. They like do the same thing. They go from like they don't go 0 to 100. They go like from 0 to 50 and stay there for the whole fight. Like you know what I'm saying? She didn't do nothing different for me. Like I wanted to see her like she reminds me of her brother. Just like when he got knocked out, he kept doing the same thing over and over again, and dude timed her. But she had a good fight. It was a great fight card. I liked it. But that's my call on this.
Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Oscar got a good thing going. I would target Berlanga. I would target Jamal, and I would start campaigning that we're gonna break Mayweather's record. We 43-0. Unlike Canelo, we don't got no draws. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Venom. He's right. This is very good development and matchmaking. Oscar's doing very good. This is because he's 43-0, bro. Like he's in the Wilder. Like you just had a Wilder fan call in and say, yeah, this that Deontay Wilder development, hardcore shit, and he's still retaining a 79% knockout ratio. So, Canelo has some draws. Don't forget that Canelo, got hurt and put on the ropes. Some want to say, the ropes held them up in the Jose Miguel Cotto fight. That's the brother of Miguel Cotto. They took their time with Canelo as well. And he fought small guys. Guys moving up like Derevyanchenko. Not as durable, but maybe some would say even more durable because very early in Canelo's career, he fought Miguel Puppet Vasquez, who later went on to be a champion. You know what I mean? Canelo has fought a lot of names throughout his career, and it's kind of what they're doing with Jaime. But we can't give all the credit to Oscar. Fernando Beltran is consistently brought us champion-level Mexicans that you never expect, too. That they have these, suspect resumes. Fernando Beltran is responsible for Emmanuel Navarrete. So many fighters, bro. So many of these Mexicans that you don't know, and all of a sudden they knock somebody out and they put on. He's responsible for Espinoza, I'm pretty sure. But now Pitbull sent the other half of that super chat, so it may make some sense. Shout out to him. Let me drop him a bomb for the 25. He says, let me educate some of these fans with little to no knowledge in boxing. Those small titles like the Continentals of Americas, the Silver Belts, etc., the reason why they function is to help the best guy get up the rankings and one day be able to get to the top. Trust me, those champions who cry today, they beg for those belts on the pass. Chico Lopez. Yeah, listen, all the belts matter. That's why Devin Haney got to where he got, because he fought. You just got to choose. It depends where your money's at. Some of these guys are able to contend in multiple different sanctions, like you see Keyshawn sporting 2 belts. Those are 2 regionals. So, they do that because he's backed by the big promoter, right? So what the big promoter does is he got you, You got the talent. Obviously, Keyshawn has the talent, so they want to have him highly ranked in 2 so that they have options on which way to go when those belts become vacant or those opportunities become available, versus having to fight hypothetically only Shakur for a title shot when they know that they won't get that fight. Those guys won't fight. So as a promoter, they got to do something. So they got to make it shake from early on to give Keyshawn the positioning necessary. But if you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. You already know, helps with the visibility of the show. PJ, TJ, tell me I got to you, right? I did, right? Here?
Yo.
I did get to you, right?
You did, but I had asked for you to tap back in with me. I was busy at the time.
Oh, that's right. You lucky, champ. Damn. Salute. What up? Talk to me.
Nah, appreciate it. So, man, I did watch a little bit of the card. I was dozing in myself, but I hear a lot of people shouting them out, and I'm doing so too. Picasso went crazy last night. That was a wild fight. Shout out to, I think it was Ruiz, you know what I'm saying? Stood in the paint with him, but, man, that junk kicked off from round 1. I thought people was going to shoot their load, but, I mean, it was a little bit of fading off, but they, you know what I'm saying, they kept it exciting the whole time. So shout out to him. Is that the same dude that do the Kenichi Bears? Is that who you've been talking about?
Say again? Shout out to who?
Picasso. Is he the dude that do the headphones?
Hell no. I wish. Hell, I hope Card ain't be that good. God damn. That'll be great. Nah, Picasso. Picasso
I
is.
Sworn I heard somebody drop like a little, shout out to Kenichi Bears. I must have been tripping or half asleep. I don't know what was going on. But I thought I heard it. I was like, dang, this the dude? That's crazy. I might actually cop me some now, but
Yeah, let's start over. I didn't catch any of that. What'd you say?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Or on a call.
I didn't know.
But yeah, anyway, so also though, man, I know Jaime got 40 something fights right now, man, but
43.
I just don't know if I want to see. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't know if I want to. Now, I'm not saying he's not worthy, but I definitely feel like I would rather watch David Benavidez versus Canelo over Jaime. And honestly, I would, if it weren't for Jamal and me wanting Jamal to fight Plant, I would say match him and Jamal up. Jaime and Jamal. Or Jaime and Plant, either one of those before Canelo. Just because I want to see Benavidez versus Canelo. But I'm gonna throw my Bud bias in there.
Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Jaime Plant.
Jaime Plant?
Yep.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to go Jaime.
Who wins? Jaime Charlo.
I don't like saying it. I feel like Charlo might be a little bit more durable, but I'm going to still, with the version that we've been seeing lately, I'm going to still go Jaime. Not going to lie. I'm going to still go Jaime. Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't like saying that for either one of those because, but still go Jaime for that. But I wouldn't mind the Berlanga Jaime either. Or the Berlanga, matter of fact, Berlanga David Morrell, since you've been bringing up Berlanga, I wouldn't mind that matchup too. You know what I'm saying? Get a little sweepstakes for the Canelo going so that, Bud can get up in there.
Oh, that's the other one. That's the other one. Jaime versus Bud. Who wins?
Jaime and Bud?
Yeah.
50-50.
Wow.
50-50. Yeah, man, but that's my call.
All right, champ. I think we asked that question as a poll question already about Jaime and Bud. I'm trying to check on my community page because I believe it was Tip Bellas that recommended that. Yeah. And it says, obviously the winning vote, which is pretty tight. Everything is in the 20s. So Jaime and Fernando Beltran do have a possibility of getting a fight with Bud. You know, I presented this. It's got over 3,000 votes 5 days ago. I said we had a caller, which is Tip Bellis, who called into the show and suggested Terrence Crawford fight Jaime Munguia to prove he could really beat Canelo at 68. What are your thoughts? First option was good idea. I like the fight. It forces Canelo to fight the winner. Whack fight is the second option. Whack fight proves nothing. So now the first option got 21%. Second option, which says proves nothing, got 29%. Third option was Jerron. It says Bud needs to fight Boots. That's only 26%. Fight Tim Tszyu, only 19%. And actually, Tszyu's fighting Thurman now, so that's out. And fight Jermell Charlo, only 5% wanted Bud to fight Charlo. Now, obviously, my community page and my little 3,000 votes isn't the entire boxing public, but, man, you know, maybe Bud should consider trying to see if he and Jaime can do a pay-per-view, you know, make it shake. Him versus Jaime is definitely a pay-per-view, and it'll be big business. I mean, Jaime just did 10,000, Bud does 12 and to 16. I mean, what did he do with Earl? Who knows? I don't even remember at this point, but we all know that he does very well in Nebraska. So, yeah, I mean, possibility. We got Feach, what up? On my poll here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, the live show, we got another poll, and this one is more on the realistic side because this one is only on the DAZN network side. And the only free network fighter here is Christian Mabili. So I'm saying Jaime Munguia versus who next? Christian Mabili, 18%. Edgar Berlanga, 64%. Bekmetier Malakuliev, which is Beck the Bully, only 9%. Diego Pacheco, only 9%. Crazy. Feet, you got to unmute?
Yo.
Talk to me.
Yo, what's good? Shout out to the Boxing Voice. Man, I want to see Jaime Munguia fight Charlo, man. I think that'd be a good fight, man. You know what I'm saying? I think if he could get Charlo out the way, man. It depends, dog. That's a 50-50. But you gotta edge it to Munguia because after what we seen last night, you know what I mean? We gonna, he apply that pressure. And we don't know how Charlo could take that. You know what I mean? We don't know Charlo. But I don't know. I mean, Charlo.
I honestly don't think he could take it, bro. Like, yo, he looked trash in the Montiel fight, and that's versus mediocre Mexican pressure. He
right.
got hit.
But if he get a full camp, he got his head right, he get a full camp, I think he could be dangerous.
I don't know. I just think Mexican style fucks with him. He had a full camp for Montiel. Mexican style just ain't it's his kryptonite. I mean, he's been winning. Meat, right? He been winning, so I can't say it's his kryptonite, but he looks not as good as he normally does versus the Mexican style. I mean, Juan Montiel got knocked out by Jaime Munguia. Knocked out.
Right.
I want that fight. Come on, Oscar. Give me fucking Charlo Munguia.
They gotta make that hype. They gotta make that happen. I don't even count. I just want to see. I want to see if he could be slick against that. That pressure. If Charlo could be slick. I'm just a fan of boxing. I just want to see the good fights anyway. So I ain't gonna hold y'all up, man. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate you. Adrian, what up?
Hey, what's up, Nez? Thank you so much again, man. Thank you so much this Sunday. Beautiful day. Smoking my green right here, chilling in the studio, man. We all kicking and we relaxing. Was that a fight or not, Nez?
Great fight.
Was that a
Great
badass fight
card.
or not?
Great card.
God damn, I can't believe it, man. The Zone had it lit last night, man. And I'll be honest with you, man. I didn't really have that much confidence in Munguia, especially for his Derevchenko fight that he had. I really thought Ryder was going to go in there, do his thing. But of course, the thing that we love about boxing is we already know anything can happen in the ring. Jaime Munguia grew up in front of our face. Oscar De La Hoya just happy right now after all the shit he's got to go through with all his fighters this year. I mean, with Ryan Garcia and some of his upset fights. I mean, do you think Munguia is ready for that sentiment? Do you think he's ready for Canelo?
I would rather Canelo take care of David Benavidez' business and give me
Okay.
Munguia and Berlanga, Munguia, and Jamal Charlo.
Let me ask you a question when it has to do with Munguia, because now I'm having a little confidence because, every fight makes you and breaks you. Do you think Munguia has a great fight with Benavidez? Do you think that fight goes all the way, and do you think somebody gets KO'd?
No, man. Someone gets KO'd in the Benavidez Munguia fight. Absolutely.
Okay.
No,
Who's
no
more
way.
suspect?
No other way. No other way.
And
I mean,
yeah,
Benavidez is just shown to be so durable. You know what I mean? It's like, how
yeah,
can I not
yeah,
think it's gonna be Benavidez at this point?
yeah.
Yeah, the fact that they were in negotiations, who knows what Munguia can do, man? I mean, they were almost there.
Nez, I'm gonna let you know like this, man. I appreciate you. I've been following you for a long ass time, and I respect you, and I believe in you in this industry, man. That you come with facts, you come with your respect, and you don't care who you bother. At the end of the day, it's about boxing. I've been following you for a long time, and I've been following Coach Malachi for a long time. I want to let you know, man. I'm gonna open up my own podcast with my own co-host June 2024, and I want to say, without you, man, without the hustle, without the struggles that you had to go through, man, seeing you now where you are right now, man, you made me into a believer. I want to talk my own voice. I want to have my own thing going on, and hopefully in the future, maybe one day you'll be there with me, man. I want to let you know. Thank you again, man, for being who you are. D Block, D Town, D City, D-Ville, Baltimore, stand up.
Appreciate you. So just know, back March 8th, 2020. Actually, Adrian, best of luck with the podcast. I actually seen you on Twitter say something about that. Damn, I think he just dropped off. But I seen his message on Twitter too, Coach Malachi, about that. But just to give you facts in the name of Adrian, March 8th, 2022, Jamal Charlo versus Jaime Munguia in the middleweight division was being discussed, okay? And that was being reported by Knockout ESPN Deportes. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we might as well get that now. That was 2 years ago. We waited long enough, right? Let's do it now. I think that's a great fight for Oscar to do for Jaime. That's better than the Belanga fight. Belanga is a rivalry with Mexico, pero the difference is that Jamal is a two-time champ, so you get that name on Jaime's resume. That's the fight to make, man. For real. Let's see what we got next. Shout out to everybody that's been tuning in, rocking out, calling in, participating. Tip, you be jumping in and out, man. I see Peso. What up? Yeah. Peso, you got to unmute. Peso. All right, we going to boxing patron.
What's up, Nip? How come?
Keep talking and see if it fixes. Sound a little robotic-y right now. We'll see.
Okay, better. Um, yeah, man, dude. I'll tell you one thing, man. I don't know if You know what I mean? I've been here thinking these Crawford fans are delusional as shit, thinking he can move up to fight Canelo. But man, could you imagine if Crawford went up right now and whooped Jaime Munguia's ass? How big of a fight that would actually make
Yeah, I was just actually
Crawford?
talking about that a few minutes ago because
Okay.
That was something Tip Bellis recommended Crawford do to position himself for that
Yeah.
particular fight.
I don't see if you're Crawford's people how you ain't on the phone the next day. Because I think that Munguia would be kind of the perfect picking for him. I'd actually
And
pick
it's a
Crawford to
guy
actually win that fight. But
and it's a guy
and
that's
then use
naturally
it.
small.
I think it would corner more Canelo with Crawford than it corners him more than Avides with Canelo. And I think he'd have to fight him, dude. It would be there. That's huge money. If he whooped over there, whooped Munguia's ass, Vegas and pay per view, and and a big fight and zone, that's big, man. But I gotta give it to Munguia last night, man. I was really impressed last night because I thought Ryder was going to give him a lot of problems, but man, he was really patient, man. People keep on saying, "Oh, he got hit a lot. He gets hit a lot." Well, that was the difference between last night and the Darian Chaco. Is he didn't get hit a lot. He got caught with some left hooks, some right hooks coming in. You know what I mean? But he really didn't get hit that much. He was patient. He was really waiting for it, and I was really impressed with him. I've never been the biggest Munguia guy, man. I always thought, he just throws a lot of punches and he tries to overwhelm you, and he gets hit in the process. He'll take punches to give him, you know what I mean? But I didn't think he was like that last night. I thought he was more patient. He looked damn good. So, man, me personally, I don't want to see him fight anybody else but Crawford. I think that's the fight to make right now, man. I think Canelo could, do his thing, whatever he's doing, and, but Munguia, man, I think Munguia Crawford, that's the fight to make, man. That'd be something to see right there because his name's big. What, he sell 10,000 seats last night, you said?
Almost 11, 10,883.
Yeah, man, look at that, dude. Man, you put him in, you know what I mean? You put him and Crawford together, T-Mobile, man, that's huge in my opinion. Huge. The winner gets Canelo, and that fight would be huge. Either one, Mexican on Mexican, Crawford, pound for pound versus pound for pound, shit, man, they don't get no bigger. You know what I mean? I kind of almost think that leaves Benavidez in the back. I hate to say that, but you know what I mean? I think that's more. They're the money making business. And I think those fights make more money than if he fights Benavidez. So, but yeah, that's my call, man. I appreciate it, Ness. Way do your thing, man. I appreciate you.
All right, Tip Bellis.
Yo,
What up?
man, ladies and gentlemen, listen. Bud Crawford versus Jaime Munguia is no longer a big fight. I'm sorry to tell you. It done took a step back. Now, I know I said it was a huge fight to make, but after Jaime's performance last night, Jaime done surpassed that fight. The biggest fight to make now for Jaime is with Charlo or my boy from New York, Berlanga. Because, you know what I'm saying, it's mad Mexicans and Puerto Ricans in New York. You know what I'm saying? But it's like this. And I was arguing this with these dudes on the back call Friday after the show. When you got a dude who in his first pay-per-view did 150,000 buys with Sean Porter, and then 5 years
That
later...
wasn't his first pay-per-view, man. What's wrong with you?
Oh, it wasn't his first pay-per-view, Ness.
No. Sean Porter was his first pay-per-view?
No. I thought it was his first. My bad. So that's even worse, Ness.
No, that shows that you were casual. That's all it shows.
No. Because Ness, this is about to make my point.
You was stealing then. You got say it. I got a
I
fire
wasn't
stick.
stealing. I wasn't aware of Terrence Crawford.
You
Listen,
stole.
I wasn't aware of Terrence Crawford. I'll honestly say I wasn't aware of Terrence Crawford. But that makes my point even better, Ness. Because these dudes told me that the biggest fight in the sport of boxing between Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford was more popular than Keith Thurman. But yet this fight did the same amount of numbers as Thurman, but damn near the same amount of numbers as Thurman versus Pacquiao. But this is the biggest fight in the sport of boxing that's been brewing for 5 years. But yet this fight did damn near the same amount of numbers that Thurman versus Pacquiao did.
Which fight? What we talking about, bro?
I'm talking about. Nah, what I'm telling you is, I'm telling you how big Terrence Crawford is. Crawford's not that big, bro. And Jaime Munguia is passing him. I'm telling you, the fight ain't working no more.
Passing him in exactly what sense of the word?
If Bud just did, check this out. If Bud just did 1,400 with David Avanesian, right? In attendance, and Jaime Munguia just did 10,000 with John Ryder. What you think Jaime Munguia gonna do his next fight?
John yo, bruh, chill. You wildin', yo. But like, I got time.
I'm
but
just
like,
telling you the truth.
No, you're not. You actually lying to the audience. Like Jaime Munguia and John Ryder are more known than David Avanesian, bro. Like, knock it off, bro.
But that's what But what I'm telling you is, Bud ain't got a dance partner that's gonna pull like that. And y'all keep talking about.
He's showing you he don't need a dance partner. He's showing you he's the
no,
draw.
he needs a dance partner.
Oh
Janess,
my
I'm telling
goodness.
you, he needs a dance partner,
oh my
bro.
goodness. So
I'm
he's not
telling
showing
you
you
he
he's
needs
the
a dance
draw.
partner.
So he didn't show us he's the draw. Are you telling me?
He's not a draw, bro. I'm telling you, he's not a draw. He's not the draw. He's not the draw y'all think he is. There's levels to being a draw.
Did
like
he
can
not
draw
do
a crowd,
more?
but
Did he not do more with Avanesian than Munguia with John Ryder, who fought Canelo?
But that's what I'm telling you right now. Like it's about to be a momentum swing that you're not going to see.
Oh,
like
so
Munguia's
what you're
next
telling
fight,
us is what you're arguing isn't factual, it's theoretical.
No, you can call it theoretical, but what I'm telling you is the data.
Is there any data? Because the data that we got shows that Buzz sold more tickets than Munguia. So I mean, what do you got?
But Bud is in the prime of his career. That's what I'm telling you. Bud's in the prime of his. Jaime's not even. Jaime's just entering. Jaime's just entering. Jaime hasn't even peaked yet.
Bud was held back. Okay, and outside of that, Jaime brings a country. So, listen, at the end of the day, Jaime could do everything, but what he ain't gonna have is the accolades, and that's what sells, man. Jaime needs the accolades of Bud in order to cross over.
Hold on, hold on. Let me get this off. Jaime has a country behind him, and he hasn't even peaked yet. And he has what's the biggest American name?
His numbers show that he don't got a country behind. He got a little bit of interest.
Bro, the man just did 10. He just did 10,000 seats.
And that's what I've been saying. Like, let's stop acting like he's this big star. We got a bunch of people that do 10,000, bro. It's a nice handful of people.
Everybody ain't doing 10,000.
No, they not. They not. But there are a handful that are. So to act like Jaime's this big star when he not even doing more than Crawford. Like, that's what I'm saying. You talking and capping for him, but he not doing more than Crawford, so we don't even need to find another fighter that he ain't doing as much as.
Bro, he's about to do more than Crawford.
He about to do.
Like his next,
he had a big ass opponent. John Ryder's an international fighter that fought Canelo Alvarez.
John Ryder
had already fought Daniel Jacobs.
Ain't marketable, and this is what I was talking about. John Ryder ain't
always got all your calls got. Like,
how marketable
why you lie on your calls? You weird.
How marketable is John Ryder to the American audience, Ness? Think about that, bro.
My dude, he's the dude that beat the cancer patient that also Canelo fought. Stop the cap.
Think about this. If you throw Jaime Munguia in there with Jamal Charlo, you don't think that's gonna do more seats and more views than John Ryder? The American audience knows Charlo.
Yeah, it's the green print. Stop stealing Floyd
advice. That's what I'm telling you. So that's what I'm telling you. It's no longer a big fight for him and Bud, bro. Like, Bud is out the equation now.
Man, you out the equation. I gotta go. Ain't no other call. There's another call in.
Because he gonna be the B-side. He gonna be the B-side to Jaime.
You got hella unlimited time, man. You wildin'. Peso, what up, man? This guy be tripping, bro. These dudes be out here tripping. They don't care. He said somehow dude that's doing more tickets is now a smaller fight. This guy is crazy.
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear
man.
me?
Yes, sir.
Man, I've been trying to. My bad, but Ness, come on, bro. You're capping now. I don't agree with Tim because he doesn't know shit sometimes, but you're tripping. Munguia does sell. What are you talking about? Man, he's sold out. Not sold out, but he did 10K. Stop the cap, man. All these fighters, they be doing buy one, get one's free. I got homies that actually were at the fight. They told me that he does more than what David does. And let's start with the cap. But Ryder, yeah, he's known with the hardcores, but casuals don't fucking know who he is, bro. All they remember him is like, oh, he gave Canelo, I guess, a decent fight, but they don't give a fuck about no Jacob. Like, Jacobs got a little bit more clout because of his story and because, like, when that weigh-in and they had the little scuffle. But other than that, bro, it's not the opponent. Like Ryder's not as known within the casuals like how you're hyping up. Munguia is a star. Once he gets on pay-per-view, you're gonna start seeing it. I don't know how you think 10K is number, bro. A lot of these fucking boxers don't even do that shit, man. Look at Shakur's fight in Vegas. That shit was empty as fuck. Look at and you're bringing up Crawford. Crawford is from America. Crawford is from Nebraska. Of course he's gonna do more, but Munguia's not from Arizona. Is Munguia from Arizona? Last time I checked.
No, no. But all I'm
Yeah, but I mean,
saying,
bro,
all
10K
I'm
in a
saying
country
is
that
you
he's not
can't
even. He don't
say.
even speak English.
All
He
I'm
don't even.
saying is you
He would.
can't say that he's a bigger star than Crawford when he only did 10K.
Oh no! That all this because Crawford is more established. He's been boxing longer. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Munguia is gonna be bigger than Crawford. I don't know if you don't like that or take it as you, but bro, he's doing some decent gates for his age. Only 26. Like Munguia, but Crawford is more known obviously because he's been boxing longer and he's been in bigger fights. But I'm telling you, man, when Canelo Munguia fights, that shit's gonna do a million by only Snatch that was talking. Dude, Munguia got a fan base, and obviously if he fights like another common opponent with Canelo, it's gonna make the fight even bigger. I know you're gonna hate to say this, but that Munguia Canelo fight is bigger than David fight. Like David fight would sell, but it's not gonna sell like the Munguia Canelo fight because Munguia has his own fan base. David is Mexican. I'm not gonna be these weirdos. Even though I don't fuck with him like that and his weird fan, but he is Mexican. But he just is not known as Jaime is, bro. For some reason, I don't think TGB PBC did a good job promoting him because I still have friends that don't even know who the fuck he is. They're casuals, but they know Munguia and they know Canelo, Joshua Tank, and Crawford and Spence. But it's just like I said, bro. Like when that fight gets made, you'll see. And also, Berlanga Jaime, bro. Like I'm cool with it, but that's a mismatch, bro. Jaime needs to fight big names like either Charlo, Canelo, David, or even another common, maybe even Caleb Plant. But Berlanga, nah, bro. I think Berlanga loses that. Like that fight is a mismatch on the low, and you know it, Ness. Like it's cool and all, but bro, as boxing fans, we gotta do better. We want to see competitive fight. We don't want to see welterweights jumping up or no Crawford. Let's keep it in between weight classes. Unless like it's a big, obviously like Canelo Crawford. I guess that's a little different. But like, let's keep it in between weight classes, bro. Like Berlanga Jaime, that's a mismatch, and you know it, bro.
I want Berlanga Jaime, man. I'm sorry. Hey, that's Mexico,
No, no, no,
Puerto
no, no. I
Rico.
respect as a boxing fan, but I think Berlanga le falta, bro. He's still kind of green. Like I'm not a Berlanga hater. I actually like the kid because he brings views, and I have casual friends that are Puerto Rican that know of him. Like I like the knockout he had. I'm not these weirdos. Like I just think Berlanga should just go on his own path, get a title. He's because there's 4 titles, bro. Canelo's gonna vacate eventually. Berlanga's gonna pick one up. Jaime will pick one up. Like that's what I'm saying when people be like, "Oh, he can't," but bro, you realize that we have Rolly as a fucking champ. We had Stavern as a champ. You don't think Berlanga can be a champ? Get the fuck out of here, right, Ness?
Oh, he's already a former champ, so he's gonna be champ again for sure.
No, I'm talking about Berlanga, Jaime. There's 4 organizations. Jaime can get the WBC, Berlanga can get the WBO, Pacheco can get the IBF. I'm telling you, bro. In 2 years, it's gonna be Pacheco, Berlanga, and Jaime with belts. Watch, bookmark it.
All right, appreciate you, champ.
I want to see it with unification.
I would have. I'd love to see Berlanga get a belt, but I mean, I don't know that we need to wait for that. Um, let's see what we got next. We all out of hardcores, man. That's GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Let me see if there's any super chats. Lake County $2 tip. How often must you say you don't? I don't. Oh, he meant to say yeah. He sent another super chat to correct that you don't know shit. My bad, y'all. Tip Bellis $2 says Ness. Factor in Bud did 14K in his hometown. Yeah, factor in that Bud ain't getting the fights that Munguia was getting. Bud did that with Avanesian. Munguia did that with Ryder. Listen, it's a different time now for Bud, homie. We'll see. We will see. Who else? Last call for alcohol for those that want to talk boxing. Now is the time. And if not, we will be wrapping it up. Ness GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. Damn, Jaime can't be tagged. You fucking kidding me? I wanted to do my tag with Jaime in it. Tip, what up?
Yo,
Oh, what up?
like I was saying, bro. Listen. Let's just do the math here, Ness. Let's just do the math here. Bud, what's the highest Bud is sold outside of his hometown? outside of his hometown, and not featuring a big name like Earl Spence, because we know Earl sells.
I don't know, champ. I would have to like Google that shit. I'm just
It,
going
it could.
off of his last, but Bud's average is like 10 to 14,000 in Nebraska, and I don't even
So
know
think
when.
about. So
I
think
don't
about
even
that.
know when he ever did 10. That's what I'm saying. Like, but it is
And
what it
that's
is,
my
man.
point. That's my point. If he's doing 14 in his hometown, if he's doing 14 in his hometown, Jaime wasn't even fighting in his hometown. Jaime was
Homie, but
fighting in Phoenix.
he doing it versus nobodies. And Jaime fighting in Phoenix is his hometown. You forget he's from
Bro,
Tijuana.
it's not Mexico. It's not Tijuana. Because I
My
guarantee
dude,
you,
my dude,
if Jaime
you
fought
could
Ryder in
literally cross
Tijuana,
from Tijuana right there in the border, right? Legally, and then how far are you from fucking Arizona? You
but look, I'm
or you
telling
could
you, I'm
cross the
telling you.
border on foot via CBX and catch a flight right there
But if
from.
that fight is in Tijuana itself is doing more than what it would have done in Phoenix.
All right,
It's
I'm
going to
not
be more
saying it
asses in the
ain't, man.
seats than what it would have
I'm
been in
not saying
Phoenix.
it ain't, man. All I'm saying is that Crawford is a bigger star. I'm not gonna keep going down your web, man.
He can't be a bigger star if Crawford is doing 14K
You
domestically,
funny, bro.
and Jaime is fighting a dude who's not even a domestic fighter that they brought from the UK to fight here in America, not Mexico, America, and they're doing 10,000 seats.
Bruh,
You can't tell
a
me Crawford's a
UK
bigger
dude,
star.
a UK dude that happened to have last fight been fucking Canelo Alvarez. So all the Mexicans seen that and they want to see what Jaime gonna do. Knock it off.
Bro, you can't tell me if Crawford fought John Ryder right now that he would have did more than 14. No way.
Bruh,
No way.
I don't have the time to
No way.
Google what Crawford's been doing because you and I both know he been doing shit like that.
I'm
He
telling you,
fought
look,
two
I'm
UK dudes, bruh. Go see what the numbers was for them two UK dudes and then prove me wrong then. I guess that. Do a Google search on Brooke and Amir Khan and then be like, look, he fought two champion UK dudes and didn't do as good as Jaime. That's all you got to do, but I'm not going to waste my time
I'm
on
gonna
that.
point two things out. It's a reason why they just made Tim Tszyu, and I told y'all this. There's a reason why they just made Tim Tszyu versus Keith Thurman, because Crawford can't draw like that. And then it's another reason why Oscar just put Jaime Munguia in position for Canelo, and he's not going. And because that's a fight, Oscar could put Jaime on pay-per-view on, and then it's going to make he's going to make him a star, bro. That's why the backup plan would be Edgar Berlanga. I'm telling y'all, I know how these numbers work, bruh. Y'all gotta understand the star metric here. Like people think, like people will sit here and say, "Oh yeah. Why is Thurman fighting a Zoo?" Because Thurman is a draw to the casual, bro. The casual knows Thurman. So that way, if Tim Tszyu beats a Thurman, bro, he is now a name that makes Crawford a big fight for him. Y'all gotta understand this, bro. It's like I said, Earl didn't need Crawford. He didn't. That's why they wanted to make the key fight, because the key fight would have been just as big. He didn't need Crawford. But that's it, bro.
All
Jaime
right,
McGee is easy,
player.
man. McGee is easy.
Knight Hendricks, what up?
Shout out to Ness, Manny, the whole squad, man. Shout out to the Baltimore. They want to say you're doing your thing, Ness, and I want to suggest you know how you got the counter punches? Man,
Yeah.
you need to have the stay in the corners, man. You know, people call in if they want to give up their call that stay in the corner, giving up the fight, you know. Because some people need to just give their call up, man. Like, that shit, that right there is crazy, man. You know, I might be the first one to stay in the corner, man, because it's crazy out here. You can get this call to whoever, man. That's my call.
All right, champ. Uh, I think it now has truly come to an end. We do have to remember to hit that thumbs up button. Future, present, past, gonna help with the visibility of the show. It's gonna help us grow, of course. I'm trying to get to them actual goals of 1 million subscribers, but I need your help to do so. Let's see where we're at today. Sunday, January 28th. Live count is at 188, 366 subscribers. So go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Looks like we got another caller. Late, coming in late. Never leave a man behind. General Camino, what up?
Yo, Ness, what's up?
What up?
Cooling, man. Just on my lunch break right now. I just had to call in because, like, I heard a caller say that Keith Thurman is a draw. I'll be honest, bro. Keith Thurman is no longer a draw to the casuals. I would be willing to bet some money that you could pull 10 casuals, ask them who the fuck Keith Thurman is, and about 6 of them will be able to tell you they don't know. There's no way Keith Thurman could be still a draw with 2 years out of the ring. Like, that's crazy. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think he's a draw. I mean, you heard how hard I went on that call, those shows. I don't know that he's a draw at this point. Like his social media never even changed. It never even, moved. I don't know. Nah.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Because if we were talking probably like 2016, 2017, 2018, shit, I'll even give him 2019. But where we're at right now, bro, it's too late. They waited too long. I feel like Al may think he is still a draw and may want to test the waters with him and Tim Tszyu. But I've spoken on it before. It's a terrible idea for the first fight. And I don't know if you heard, but there's been some rumblings that Tank could be fighting in the UK.
Yeah, man, I seen that, but you know how it is with Tank news, man. Shit is like, what is really gonna be?
Okay, so you think that's more just hearsay right now?
I don't know. I don't know. I just want to see Tank, tell us what he's got going on.
Got you. But yeah, as far as the fight last night, I mean, Jaime Munguia did his thing. He got the crowd attendance. I think I seen he do what, like 10K, which is pretty good. But I mean, Ryder is who he is. The event wasn't too bad. I did enjoy that fight with Gabriel Fundora. I wish that would have went a little bit longer, but boxing is what it is. But also want to tell you, man, we got to get back to that betting show, man. Last year you turned me into a great bettor, bro. Once I started watching the betting show.
No, man, I had an emergency. I'm sorry, but yeah, shout out to Keem the Dream out here in Florida, bro. Even some callers said it. They're like, "Yo, I hear a lot of, air or noise coming from my mic." It's because I had like 3 fans on, bro. My AC went out, and you know how it is, bro. These guys are like mechanics. You know what I'm saying? So, dude was trying to get me, basically. I swear to you, I promise you, look, I'm not saying this for clout. The part cost $11 on Amazon, and Keem fixed my air conditioner. Wow, this guy wanted $3,500. So, yeah, I was extremely busy, bro. I didn't do the betting show or the second show. I had no AC. I was cooking in this bitch.
Oh shit, yeah, man. You got to do what you got to do, but yeah,
I'm gonna get back to it, dude. I do not like, not doing what we've been doing. So I'm gonna make sure I'm on the game.
No, I feel you. And I would recommend anybody that hasn't signed up for the betting show, it's a great idea. Even if you've never bet before, what the betting show will do is it'll give you kind of like a platform to stand on. You'll get an opportunity to know what you need to go research, know what you need to look for. And then from there, you can either copy the bets or craft your own. And like I said, Ness, the last year, bro, I hit so many times, bro. That show has turned me into an experienced boxing
Yeah,
better.
but
So
you text me yesterday, bro, and you out here betting on Christina and what was the other underdog? You be wilding, bro.
No, I think that was probably somebody else. I ain't bet this weekend.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
If you don't
I
do
always
the show,
confuse
bro, I
you.
don't bet.
I'm glad you and Capicu got. Well, he changed it now to a Puerto Rican flag, but y'all had similar avatars, and I know he. It must have been him. He texted me with 2 underdogs. I'm like, bro, you wilding. Like, first of all, Gabriella ain't losing. Don't get me wrong, I
Yeah.
was nervous. I seriously was nervous, like, because she didn't change. All she did was, get more aggressive with what she been doing. So it was nervous, but, the loss was just, to me, not, I don't know. It was hard to believe she could lose that fight.
Nah, for real. Especially with all that length. Up until when it got stopped, I thought it was a pretty decent fight. So, I'd love to see her in the ring again against any top female out there. So, that's pretty dope. But yeah, bro. Can't wait to get back to the betting show. I'm gonna be tuning in, try to get some more calls in this week. Thanks for the opportunity, man. Everybody have a good day.
Appreciate you. Let's see. That is a Rizzy. Nes GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Catch me on the next one tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern. Back at it. Peace.